right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the April 8th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome again. As always, I will begin by reading the mission of the Board of Education of Charles County. The mission of Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-age children to receive an academically challenging, quality education that builds character, equips for leadership, and prepares for life in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. All right, next up, we will proceed with our superintendent's update to the board. Dr. Navarro.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, staff, and community members who are either here in person. Thank you for being here, our students, or following us today's meeting online. The school system is now in full swing in the fourth quarter, and the countdown to the end of the school year has begun. As of today, there are 42 days of school left, the seniors tell me, for students. Actually, they have less.
I know Sam is counting.
I am sure students, teachers, and staff join me in looking forward to spring break next week. As a reminder, schools are closed April 14th through the 21st for spring break. Offices remain open during spring break, but are closed on Good Friday and Easter Monday. Schools reopen from the break on Tuesday, April 22nd. This past weekend, I joined the board at the National School Boards Association Conference in Atlanta to accept an award on behalf of Charles County Public Schools. The school system received, through NSBA, one of its prestigious Magna Awards in recognition for our expansion of mental health supports for students. The Magna Awards, sponsored by NSBA's flagship magazine, American School Board Journal, has a long history of honoring exemplary school districts and school boards that solve a challenge with creativity and out-of-the-box strategies. It is the first Magna Award for this board and my administration for Charles County Public Schools. I want to...
That's a big deal.
I want to thank staff who helped with the award process, including our Director of Student Services, Dr. Blanchard, and Ms. Bella Lugo, our Behavioral and Mental Health Coordinator, as well as those who support this work daily. Our school counselors, our school psychologists, pupil personnel workers, administrators, and teachers. While the award recognizes the school system and support of the board, it acknowledges the commitment of our staff who work in the area of mental health and wellness for the work they do each day. So be on the lookout for social media so you can see the video that we submitted as a school system, as well as lots of pictures. I would also like to thank our parents, teachers, staff, and students who joined me at the recent strategic planning engagements. There were 17 of them throughout the month of March to share their feedback about what the next strategic plan for Charles County Public Schools should include. I got a lot of great ideas, feedback, comments, and more, and I appreciate everyone who took the time out to meet with me and share. I also want to thank the more than 3,500 mix of students, teachers, staff, parents, and community members who took the time to complete the strategic plan survey. Later this week, I am meeting with staff, principals, several board members, and others to begin an in-depth review of this feedback and do the work of the 2025-2029 strategic plan. I also want to share an update related to federal mandates regarding the school systems across the nation and Maryland, and those mandates that are being received from the U.S. Department of Education and the Secretary of Education. We have received guidance from the federal level about the cease in payment or use of COVID relief funding, also known as ESSER funding. Fortunately for Charles County Public Schools, we have already used most of our ESSER funding and only had a small amount remaining to be spent down. Unfortunately, this funding was currently supporting some remaining professional development for teachers regarding the science of reading training that we've had to pause. We will continue to follow guidance from the Maryland State Department of Education related to any changes in federal law and state laws and regulations, and will keep all stakeholders updated of any additional impacts to our school system. Finally, the election for the next student member of the Board of Education, known as the SMOB, is underway with students in grades 6 through 12 eligible to vote. Students, please remember to vote and encourage your peers to do the same. This is a process in which you have a say on who will join the board next year as the student member. Please check Synergy Mail. I know most of you don't, but please do check your email for the ballot and the details on the electoral process this year. It's a little bit different than previous years. As I close my comments, I want to wish everyone a safe and restful spring break, and thank you for your continued support of Charles County Public Schools.
Thank you. And at this time, board members, can you join us in the front here? We'll take a picture with the Magna Award. Thank you.
We're gonna-
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. No, that's Mr. Tuttle. Don't say it out loud. I would have loved to have him.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can get another one later. Oh, yeah. I know.
So the award should be in the center. No, we don't need 2 rows. I think you guys will all fit. Or about Adjournment and stuff.
You need to switch?
Yeah, you gotta be more.
Right, is this, sorry, Mr., can I, okay. Is this good?
Yeah.
Closer. Everybody in the window?
Yep. Let's see. Okay, no, this is perfect. I'm just gonna take several. Badge on is good, yeah.
Badge on.
Or you can take it off, yeah, if you wanna hold it. You got 3, 2, 1. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's hard to get all,
This
this is one place where we can get all.
Oh. They're like, what are you bringing through here?
I know.
Yes, I know. Thank you, we will put it up.
How are you doing, Brandon?
Should give us all mini magnets.
I know.
I would like one. That would have been nice. All right. Congratulations again, CCPS. Very well done. Thank you so much for anyone who did anything toward this award. This is, of course, our award. So, you know, but guard it well, Dr. Navarro. Maybe we could share custody and rotate it. Mr. Heil, on behalf of the ACC, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Moore-Lee, Vice
afternoon.
Chairperson Kramer, Superintendent Navarro, my Board of Education, CCPS leadership, distinguished guests, and those viewing online. I would like to address 2 issues today: the upcoming County Commissioner's budget and time. As of today, we're less than a month away from the County Commissioner's budget hearing. This grows more important with every passing day as the federal government sidesteps the $418 million proposed to Maryland, and there were committee meetings as late as yesterday at the state level to determine what state cuts would be in education. Dr. Navarro's budget is made public to meet the demands of the blueprint while maintaining quality working conditions. Here's my problem at the state level. Governor Moore received an early endorsement from the Maryland Education Association in part due to his pledge to fully fund the blueprint. Several of you believe in the blueprint, and all of the current commissioners ran, again in part, to fully fund it. Now, as mentioned, the federal government is not fulfilling its previous commitments to our students and staff. The state is not doing what it needs to do to validate the research and vision of the blueprint. So it comes down to 2 perspectives: Dr. Navarro in conjunction with this board and the county commissioners. I wish it were all simpler for you. I wish it were easier, but it's not. None of us, myself included, chose to address issues only when it would be easy. This era does not work that way. This is the moment to stand up and show the state and possibly even the country that the students and staff of Charles County have value and deserve our unwavering support. This support is not just lip service. It is about making the tough choices to fund the students and staff through the blueprint to keep Maryland growing in all the right directions. Something that I've noticed is missing in all the conversations about the blueprint, especially regarding its price tag, is that I haven't heard anyone suggest what should be cut. After years of research and exploration of other educational systems, nobody's identifying elements of the blueprint and arguing that we don't need those items or that they wouldn't help students or they wouldn't ensure quality staff and develop teachers to their fullest potential. On May 7th, the commissioners will face hard decisions as they finalize the county budget. To quote Carol Lawson, handle hard better. Handle it better than the federal government, handle it better than the state government. Handle it so that our students and staff can continue to work toward the full implementation of the blueprint. This is my request to everyone here and everyone watching. Join us at the County Commissioner's budget hearing on May 7th and express what your students and educators stand to lose if no government agency addresses challenges effectively. The second thing I'd like to address is time. The two primary needs of all educators are compensation for their work and time. Time to plan, time to grade, time to evaluate, time to grow, time for feedback. Time. Later today, you'll receive a presentation from the Calendar Committee. As a member of that committee, I can tell you that they explored many different possibilities to meet the various demands of an annual school calendar. From what I've heard from educators, administrators, and leadership of CCPS, it is clear that they all want time. Time to develop the next leaders, the next administrators, the next outstanding educators. However, they can't accomplish this with just 2 in-service days here and 1 there. I've expressed this to this body before. The dream of most educators who taught through COVID would have Wednesdays back. I can't accept that that won't happen. I will leave you, however, with a few closing thoughts and a little bit of math. As we reminded many times through the Calendar Committee, students must be in school for 180 days and 1,080 hours. Did a little math. If you divide the number of hours by the number of days, you arrive at 6. That means by the letter of the law, adding 30 minutes for lunch, the required numbers of hours per day is 6.5. We go 7.5. This means we're an hour over every day. 1 hour times 180 equals 180 hours that we exceed. Of course, we also have 2-hour early dismissal days. Therefore, if we divide 180 in half for how many 2-hour early dismissal days we could have, we arrive at 90. Dividing that number by 9 months we are in school gives us an average of 10 hours per month. That could mean 1 2-hour early dismissal each week. This would allow conditional teachers to benefit from 2-hour early dismissals a month for professional development. Tenured teachers could have time to evaluate their student data and collaboratively plan. Administrators could have 2 hours a month to develop their staff. And CCPS could have 2 hours a month to continue advancing the county-wide vision that keeps us all moving forward. To be clear, I am not trying to negotiate the calendar. I know that is not my responsibility, but I'm presenting an option you may not have considered to give staff more time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Okay. Next up, on behalf of AFSCME, Ms. Lawson, yes. Oh, Stephanie's coming forward, okay. Welcome, the other Ms. Lawson. Lawson & Lawson is another law firm.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Stephanie Lawson, and I am the Vice President of AFSCME Local 2981, representing all support staff at CCPS. I have several important updates and announcements to share with you. AFSCME's next steward training will take place in Baltimore, Maryland on Tuesday, May the 6th and Wednesday, May the 7th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Please send the names of those who will be attending to Gertrude as soon as possible, as space is filling up fast. I would like to acknowledge the dedication of our AFSCME members who attended the EACC's budget rally at the Charles County Commissioners Building on Tuesday, April the 1st. Your participation was crucial in advocating for our budget needs and demonstrating our collective strength. The K-12 Steward meeting will be held on Friday, May the 9th in Baltimore from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. This will be a crucial opportunity for us to discuss our ongoing initiatives and future plans. Initially, I want to address the recent changes to our dues structure. The new tiered structure was implemented on the March 28th paycheck. However, it did not include the refunds for our overpayments. Rest assured, the refunds will be processed. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Union meetings are held on the first Wednesday of every month, starting at 5:30 at the FB Gwynn Center. For those who are unable to attend in person, you have the option to join us online through Zoom. Let's continue to work together and achieve our goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Kevin Lowndes, our Chief of Teaching and Learning, and he is bringing an information item on the District Common Assessments Update. And I believe joining you are quite a few people. Mr. Steve Roberts, our Director of Accountability, Ms. Kim Hudler, Elementary Reading Content Specialist, Ms. Sheila Hattel, I hope I'm saying it correctly, Middle School Math Content Specialist, Mr. Jack Tuttle, Social Studies Content Specialist, Ms. Erica Boardley, Instructional Resource Teacher at Gustavus Brown Elementary, and Ms. Christina Grist, Elementary Mathematics Contest Specialist. Welcome. That was a mouthful. I apologize if I butchered any of your names.
Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Navarro. Thank you for having us come today. The purpose of today is really to explain the work that's being done around the common assessments. I came in November and I presented the common assessments and how we were doing them and why we were doing them. I'll give a brief preview of that again, an overview. But really the time is for the instructional specialists of the elementary, middle, and high to talk about what they're doing and how they're working with teachers and schools to improve the teaching and learning, and as a result of that, improve the student scores. But also hear from Erica Bordley from Brown Elementary School, how she's receiving the information that's being given to her by her instructional or content specialist and applying it with her school. And so that's really where I want to spend the majority of my time. So I'll briefly go over the purpose of the assessments. Once again, it's to look at the monitoring of the curriculum. So when we looked at a couple of years ago why our students weren't doing as well on the state assessments, one of the areas that we saw that we needed improvement in was the pacing of our curriculum, that many of our teachers were not getting all of the content in during the school year, which did not give our students an opportunity to do well on those questions on the state assessment. The other thing is to give us how our students are doing at a point in time. I just want to remind the board and our community that the common assessments are a formative assessment. And they are measuring, in that point of time, a standard that's being taught within their curriculum. And we're able to look at that, to look at the pacing, but also to look at the depth of our students' knowledge with that standard and to see how well they're doing. It's also to get our students to understand the type of questions that are going to be on the state test. And we also are using, our devices. Right now, the state is offering the state test on computers. Our students need to be able to understand how to operate the computers and answer those types of questions. And so by the common assessments, we're using a very similar format that our students are going to be taking during the assessment period. I know there's some discussion going on at the state level as to maybe going paper because many of the LEAs possibly are not going to be able to afford the one-to-one devices that many of us bought using the ESSER funds. And so there is some of that discussion going forward, just to give the board a heads up on that. And the other is to provide the data, and that's the most important. It's really it's a formative assessments that allow our teachers to understand where their students are at that point in time and whether they understand the curriculum and the knowledge that's or information being taught. And if they're not, then to be able to circle back around and make sure that they get that information and get a better understanding so they really be able to apply that information. Here is our test scores as of the last tests, which were in the winter. And I just want to once again explain to the board, not all of these common assessments are given at every quarter. And the reason why is because we are limited as to how many tests we are able to give our students. And so there is a limit. And so in order to be able to stay under the state limit, we had to break up when we give our common assessments. The other thing is that the proficient and advanced level is 80% or higher on the test. And that really is kind of what we looked at as the understanding that a student needs in order to do well on the state test. The intermediate area is a 60 to 79, and then the beginning level is below a 59%. But at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hudler, and she's going to explain how she's using the common assessments for ELA and with her teachers in her schools.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kim Hudler, and I'm the content specialist for elementary reading. And I don't know if you remember when you took tests back when you were in elementary school, but no one likes to take tests, right? But they give us such valuable information, and they give us valuable information as a teacher and as a learner. So what we do is we look at, in my coaches meeting every month, we look at our common assessment data, and we drill down to those standards. We say, where are our kids not doing well on these standards? So I gave you an example of one that we just did. So for example, in RI 5.3, which means it's informational reading 5th grade, in explaining the relationships or interactions between events, ideas, or concepts, 74% of our kids got those questions right. So we're doing a great job with that standard. Yet, determining 2 or more main ideas in a text and explain how they're supported by key details, only 46% of our kids got those right. So that shows me we need to put some more attention into main ideas and 2 different texts. What we also look at is, and we talk about it all the time, the rigor of the standard. And are our teachers, do they know what the rigor of the standard is? Do they know that it is main idea of a text, but also using those key ideas to support that main idea? And sometimes we're missing that. So after the last common assessment, we looked at it, we looked at the questions, where are the confusions, the coaches looked at their data at their schools, and we decided, you know what? We need to do more with the standard with all of the reading standards. So we had the wonderful opportunity of having January 26th in-service. So that's what we did the entire in-service on, is the rigor of the standards. We focused on those. We also really look at instructional implications. Because our kids aren't doing well here, what do we need to do for them? How do we need to help them? What can we put in that curriculum as a recursive teaching? And how do we make it embedded into that daily instruction? And how do we get teachers to understand what they're supposed to be teaching? When I do learning walks, and I do them every quarter, every school every quarter, one of my things that I'm looking for are teachers teaching to that rigor of the standard. And right now, we have about 50% of our teachers that are, which means 50% aren't. So I need to work harder. We need to work harder as coaches, and I need to work harder at how am I going to help them with that, with their instruction. So ultimately, we use our common assessments to look at instructional implications and to make sure that our kids and our teachers understand the standards that they need to be teaching. I'm going to pass it over to Erica Bordley to talk about what she does at Brown Elementary School.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
At Brown, we review our common assessments in 2 different settings. I have a 4th grade teacher currently right now who does an awesome job, has been implementing this since the beginning of the school year. She will spend the first 10 minutes of class reviewing with students information from the cool down from the previous day or a common assessment that kids are working on. Now she pulls the questions that most of the kids didn't really do so great with, and she uses that as a warm-up to get the kids to constantly practice with that problem. The other that's 5 minutes of the class, and then the next 5 minutes is the warm-up for their IM that is found in their lesson for that day. What I did when we have our Math Flex time, we proceed with all my testing years. We are departmentalized 3rd through 5th grade. Teachers will rotate weeks. We have a standard mastery practice that we do on Monday, so we kind of go in a testing practice mode where the students will take just an assessment on different standards they've seen previously. And then the following week, they will do what I call an MCAP task. This task is, it could be an old cool down, it could be an MCAP release problem that they will solve in the classroom. It is paper and pencil. The teachers will give up to 20 minutes for the whole class to solve it. Throughout the week, students will work with the teacher in one-on-one in small groups to just answer those questions and review what they are scoring on their test. So if they, we use the MCAP rubric to kind of show students where they were scoring on their test and see how they can improve their scores that way. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So I think what Erica is talking about is that we have this flex time that is built into our elementary schedule, and the flex is for flexible. So the time can be used for intervention work for mathematics for previous grade level standards. Part of the time can be used to reteach standards from the common assessments and other data points that didn't go well. Part of the time can be used for enrichment. It's 30 minutes, 5 days a week, grades 1 through 5, and it's really intended to be flexible to meet the needs of the students.
So Sheila Heddle and I will be both talking about the secondary approach to the common assessments, and I'm assuming that you'll likely find some uniformity and some similarities in what we're going to present, because that's done intentionally, although there are some differences in how we approach the process. I'm going to start with the fact that all of our in-services at this point and our professional development is designed with the common assessments and the benchmarking process in mind. It's become simply part and parcel of what we do. And in all cases, as I've talked to the other content specialists, both middle and high school and in the core areas especially, our professional development is designed typically around 3 basic areas, which is the data dives based on whatever recent assessments we have, whether they're common assessments or otherwise. We also look at the standards because that's part of our PLT process and because that's good professional instruction and professional development. And then we also look at the instructional implications, which were mentioned by the elementary staff as well. Because there are inherent limitations in our process, which means we only have so much time because there are MSDE enforced limitations on the amount of time that we can assess, as Mr. Lowndes mentioned. So what we're trying to do is find how we squeeze the most out of the time that we have based on the fact that we're preparing for 3-hour or more assessments, and we have a class period in which to assess portions of these standards. So that's exactly what we do. We assess portions of the standards. We're trying to do that in a valid way so that the information that we get on the back end of the assessments with the data is actually valid. And in doing so, what we have to do is we have to account for the other things that are not measured in the common assessments in what we do with the curriculum and how we provide professional development for our teachers. So the other 3 bullets after the in-services for August, October, and January speak to that point. Stems and prompt sets provided to teachers that help them to understand the types of questions that they're going to get on the common assessments, help them prepare in their classroom by creating their own items. We also have released assessments by the state which are infused into the curriculum in the appropriate units, and those can be used by the teachers as they teach those particular pieces of content and skills throughout the school year. And then we integrate assessment items in the county curriculum, for example, in social studies, the well-known EBIS item, or sort of the mini DBQ, the evidence-based argumentative set. We have those for every unit or every quarter for every course that we teach that is applicable, and we scaffold that from middle through high school. We also have school teacher visits that we conduct on best practices and pacing, and these are follow-up either in individual or team formats to go over the data in the same way that we've discussed at the elementary level. And item analysis by standard is what we focus on because that's how we break out the data. And we not only look at that in terms of social studies data, for example, but our research and assessment department is also now helping us to compare the data that we have and to report the data that we have, not only based on the standards for social studies, for example, but also how those apply to the language arts or English language arts standards that are assessed as well, so that teachers get a broader spectrum of what's actually happening with their students in the classroom and can make instructional decisions based on that.
We also look at infusing high-quality instructional materials to focus on skill development. So, for example, in mathematics, it's not just about the content, but we also want to expose the students to the type of questions. So multiple choice questions with multiple correct answers are difficult for students, so we continue to look for resources to put those questions in front of our students. We help our teachers adjust the instructional time for teaching the skills and the content that continuously come up that are going to be assessed on MCAP that they struggle on. Our PLT teams use the data to drive their next cycle of learning. We use the in-service time that Jack already mentioned to help, again, reinforce what we are seeing in the data. So in secondary mathematics in January and elementary mathematics as well, we partnered with MSDE to focus on mathematical reasoning questions. So we really took some time to to prepare our teachers on how to use the rubric. What is that telling us about the students' thinking and how to move that forward? We also are continuously using protocols to look at student work. And the slice example with that would be the SLICE protocol and different ways to just continue to expose our students to the type of questions they are going to see on the MCAT. Thank you.
So at this time, we'd love to take any questions that you might have about the common assessments, either the scores, and Steve's here to help explain the data analysis if there's something within the scoring process that you don't understand.
Sure.
If I may, I know we went through quickly the data, and maybe it's because it can make people uncomfortable, so I want to look at the data slides. Can we go back to the data slides?
Slide 3 and 4.
Yep.
So I just want to, for the board, provide this historical context. The first year that we put in required common assessments, we had very low participation from teachers. It was a concern about doing and entering them. I think I remember briefing the board about requiring this. We had to have conversations with school leaders and our teachers, and even EACC around why the importance of common assessments. The board is usually used to seeing the state assessments and the iReady, and the iReady is 3 times a year. The common assessments are extremely important for all of what staff talked about, which is the day-to-day work of teaching and learning in schools. And so I think it's important that we had some common assessments with that are actually sort of, if you think back to your days, kind of like the unit tests that came out of your curriculum, and so we had them. And so one important thing to note here is that there's not going to be one every so often. We have to scatter them because we have this requirement that we can't do common assessments, but only up to about 2.2 to 2.8% of the school year time of the students. But these are unit assessments that are coming out of our curriculum, and so these are things that we can get more and more teachers to do with the curriculum that is already out there. These are just the ones that we pull out and we look at across all of schools. The other thing is, I don't want the board to think that the fall data and the winter data are related. They're different assessments.
That was one of my questions.
And I don't think we specified that too much. I think, yes. So I just want to.
One question for most of us.
Yeah, I'm putting it as how I would talk about this.
I think they're the same.
Yes.
I was like, wait, what?
So I always think about how am I explaining this to my husband, and so I'm going to explain it in non-educator stars because we like to stay in our educator.
We want you to keep your happy home, Dr. Navarro.
Yeah. So what that means is that the team will select key standards that are important standards, sort of like those macro standards that we know the state assessment is going to test on, and that we also need to make sure kids have lots of practices on their assignments and what they do in classrooms to be able to do that. So the standard assessed in the fall may not be the same standard. It might, but it may not be the same standard as observed in the winter. So from now onwards, now that we've gotten everybody's buy-in about why we're doing common assessments and actually do the work of giving students the common assessments, and yes, I've heard from parents about, is it 10% of the grade, 5% of the grade? It's something, because you got to bait kids in to take it seriously, otherwise they'll blow us off. So it is something. It's not a huge make or break of your current grade, but we got to kind of bait kids in. Yeah. And then what you'll start seeing from us is next year, the reports will be a comparison of common assessment of this standard compared to how the cohort of the next year's kid did with that standard. And if we are in improvement, we should see increases there from that comparison to that comparison. So I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. And that's how that's coming forward. These charts in these 2 slides are just giving you the initial system-wide view of those assessments as they're moving forward. So I just wanted to explain that before any questions from me.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I just wanted to give these guys the time to get through their presentation as well, but I just wanted to, because I figured this was going to come up with questions anyway. So They're different too with the standards based on the content. So you'll see in math, they build on each other. So you'll get a more complex standard later in the year than you would early in the year. Whereas in ELA, it's not necessarily the case. They might not, they're just different. And so it's really, you can't compare one test to another test, and you really can't compare fall to winter, like Dr. Navarro said. But what we can compare is next year. So, because we'll have similar standards and so you really, it's year to year. And like Dr. Navarro said, last year we were just trying to get people to do, and what I presented to you last year was percentage of tests that were given. It really wasn't, we didn't actually have enough tests given to be able to get a good indication of how much our students knew. And so that was the focus last year, was getting everyone to take the test. This year, actually, we have a high percentage, very high percentage of our students do it. And I want to thank the schools and teachers for giving the test.
Yeah.
And now we're really focused in on how well they're doing on the test.
I was going to ask, what percentage roughly of does this represent of students taking the test?
So,
Any
Steve,
idea?
I'm going to let you answer that.
Well, we have about 95%.
Oh, okay. Okay. And if a student is absent, is it something that they would be required to make up?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, pretty good indication.
Rating, so
Yeah,
yes.
that's
Do we
significant, yes.
check on teachers if they aren't giving it to find out why, just to let you know. We do monitor it. And many times what we'll find out is the teacher was out, or there's on long-term leave, and there's a situation where they just weren't able to give the test.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Bella Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for this presentation. I have one question, but I do want to give kudos to Dr. Brown's school, because elementary school, that you focus in on it, and when the part that they didn't do well in it, you incorporate it in there. And I want to say that would be a grounds, Mr. Lowndes, for this practice going for other elementary schools. So they will be able to do it, because then our scores will be able to come up. Because we went to NSBA, talking to a lot of colleagues there, just hearing some of the things that they do there. And one school particularly stated that, we'll find one teacher, principal school that's doing stuff very well. They start benchmarking from that school and incorporate it into other schools, because every child needs a success story. So if one school is doing great, we should take that knowledge and however practices or processes they are doing and incorporate it into some of the schools that are not quite doing it so well. Because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. What we want to do is make sure that if we have someone doing it great, we share the wealth. That's one of the best things that we all can learn from, sharing the wealth from whenever a school is doing something great, we spread it around in the rest of the schools. And then secondly, Ms. Hutter, I wanted to say thank you for including families, making sure they understand the importance of it, making sure that your teachers and you're going out coaching them and making sure they understand the validity of this test. That is great. And my final question, getting to it, I just want to give that thanks to you all. How does the MCAP accommodates students with IEP 504 plans? Because I do want to make sure that they're receiving the same quality of work that other students are doing. So how do we incorporate and make sure that they are getting it also?
Go ahead, if you want.
Let me make sure I'm answering your question. You said, how does the MCAP or the common assessment?
I'm sorry, the common assessment. I got MCAP on the mind. Common assessment. How are they incorporated in there?
So if a student has accommodations, the accommodation should be with whatever test and whatever thing that they have. So that would be included in the common assessment as well. So if they have, for instance, someone I know, may or may not be my son, has extra time.
Okay.
They would get extra time.
Okay.
Or scribe or verbatim reading, then the common assessment, they would have that accommodation on the common assessment as well.
Okay, so those are put into their plans to make sure that they are successful also when taking these tests.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Can I just add one wrinkle to what Ms. Butler-Washington is also asking about? So the common assessments, the students are taking them on the computer as well, right? Mm-hmm. Because we want them to practice, because I think one of the things that we hear as educators often is for all students, but specifically for students that have specific accommodations, it can also be difficult not to have time to learn how to use the computer tools like math and so forth, the calculators, the how to drag and drop. So the reason we also do them online is so that we can also get more experience, and especially when you're talking about little kids. I mean, I don't know, you could probably speak a little bit about that. Like, right, the first time the third graders go to take the assessments, it's like, what are they doing? And so we try to find conditions where they can try to work as much as possible. But there is also something about, you know, Mr. Lowndes mentioned at the beginning about our interest to also request to see if there's opportunities for paper and pencil assessments to maybe come back. It's been something that our teachers, our folks that are content experts, superintendents in general, that we want to see, because sometimes we think that can be a barrier in things like where you have like apps that open and so forth, like in mathematics. Like, it could be a barrier also for our kids to get the full credits that they could have gotten on questions. So I just thought I would throw that in there with your question as well, because we've been thinking about that.
Give an example of that. Actually, Sheila,
Sure.
If you want to give the example you found this fall.
Yeah, so when students get mathematical reasoning questions, they're open-ended, they're word problems. So often we'll see that what they put on their paper is not what they type into the computer. They have a lot of mathematical ideas that maybe they don't get to an answer. So they're like, why would I put that in there? Because it didn't come to a complete answer. But that is a lot of points in there, because it has at the beginning a valid chain of reasoning. So they're putting something on paper, but then they're not putting that in the computer because they didn't come to an answer. And for a kid not to come to an answer, like, well, go on to the next question. So that we're seeing so much more math potential on paper than we are in the computer. So we have taken some time to really go back in and put some of those MCAP release items into Mastery Connect and give the students another idea. Like, as the teachers look, like, hey, this is on your paper. It's great thoughts. It needs to get you need to type that in. So that is a barrier for us, and we have been really honing in on that and working on that to improve, because it can be 1 to 2 points on those. Those are worth more, those mathematical reasoning questions. So we have focused in on that at the elementary, the middle, and the high school level.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, thank you. Ms. Smith.
Thank you for that integrity, my colleague. One, appreciate the presentation. I also appreciate the style of presentation in terms of having visibility across the various tiers of education, from elementary all the way to the high school. Also appreciate hearing from our educator kind of in the building to help us understand specifically what it looks like on the ground. So appreciate the way the presentation came together. Also appreciate being able to see the general health of our students in terms of the various assessments, common assessments that are offered. I want to start with something, Mr. Lowndes, that you mentioned at the beginning, just in terms of the cap that we have, which is a state mandate in terms of the number of tests that we are able to offer to students. I think there are, sometimes, we haven't heard it recently, at least I haven't heard it, but there are times when parents are inquiring about the number of tests that their kids have to take, and why this test, why that test, what exactly does this do? So appreciate the presentation, but my question is leaning more toward family engagement. While I understand an assessment is really about, like, what is a kid supposed to learn? How will we know when they've learned it? What do we do if they don't learn it? And if they've mastered it, what do we then do as well? So there are a variety of questions that assessments essentially give educators and administrators kind of understanding and visibility into for a specific child, but also cohorts of students. But from a family's perspective, from a parent's perspective, what information then goes home to help them understand all of the intricacies in terms of, this is how your kids scored and tested, but these are the areas of challenge, and this is what we recommend in terms of home supports to ensure that school-home partnership continues, because learning doesn't just happen in the school. It absolutely happens at home, at the football game, on the weekends. Like, we need parents to kind of continuously engage with us to ensure their kids are kind of making strides. So I'm curious what that kind of information goes home to help parents understand how they can lean in and best support their child.
So let me just start, and then I'll have some of these folks continue. This is one area we are talking quite a bit about, because it's really, we use it as a common assessment really to teach what should be happening with every assessment. Because it is it's just one formative assessment, and the kids take multiple formative assessments throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and so then what type of information are they being tested on? And then what is a student having a problem with and struggling with? And then how do we convey that to the parents to let them understand where their child is struggling or where they're doing really well with? And how often do we inform parents as to how well their students are doing and what they can do to help and support in that way? So it's something that we're working on. We haven't perfected it by any means, and it's something that we have to work with Dr. Jones in his office on as well. And so it is something that we're actively working on. Kim, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about how you work with that piece.
Yeah, again, it is a work in progress, especially for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade because they're on the computer. So it's not as easy to send them home. In 1st and 2nd grade, they're not secure, so we send them home so the parents can see what they need to work on. Things that I have told the coaches and the teachers is please bring it up during conferences. You're able to show them the skills that they need, but it isn't every time they take it. So we're going to need to figure out a better way, I think, of saying, these are the standards in a friendly way of we need to work on these, we need your help.
Absolutely. And just to a point Dr. Navarro raised in terms of like a non-educator audience.
Right.
Which are a good portion of our parents are non-educators.
Yeah.
So helping them think through like, John is really it's excelling here. John gets it. No problems with John there. But here is where we really need to focus. And like, what's that piece to help parents understand, like, how do I engage? How do I best support? As opposed
to.
to.
With iReady, and we do it, and we just haven't, we haven't gotten there yet with this because, again, last year was our year that we were helping everybody to do it, and then I think that is a perfect next step.
I'd also like Erica talk a little bit about how they're doing it at the school level.
So we conferred. I'm going to step in for Erica. I think one area we're doing really well with this, and we could probably look at replicating this, is our kindergarten example. So at the end of every unit assessment in math, we score the assessment, and then we send home an explanation of these are the standards that we wanted to see in this assessment. If your child was successful, here's some things you could do at home. If your child was not successful, here's some things you could do at home. It sounds like that's exactly what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
And we could really look at replicating that process in other grade levels. We do in math have the family letters that go home at the beginning of every unit that say by the end of this unit, your child needs to be able to. And then if we go on Canvas, there are family instructional videos for every unit K through 5 that really walk visually, here's what the math looks like for this unit, and by the end, when we get to that assessment piece, this is what students need to know and be able to do.
No, absolutely. We'd love to see that replication in some way, and we can talk more about what that looks like. So, thank you.
Thank you. We'll just start with Ms. Warren and she's like, yes.
I have so many questions, but I'm gonna like narrow it down. Nothing that I wrote down anyway. I'm just like, but to your last point about the what my colleague was talking about, sending things home. Do you all do well? Obviously, you do the formative assessments all year round. I was just thinking as you were talking. I was just thinking, like, do you all, of course you have the kids do like projects leading up to these assessments, these common assessments. I was just wondering how do they connect back to what they did in class? I mean, I know it does, but you know what I'm saying? Like, say if they created something, could the questions in the common assessment reflect what they did in class? You understand?
I think in math you're going to see a very tight alignment.
Math and reading too, like with reading. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking of ways that they could connect with, like you said, they were struggling with main idea, and so, you know, I'm just thinking, my brain's just going on, you know, about just projects and things like that that would make it easier for them to kind of make the connection. Oh, we created this in class, and so on and so forth. But that's your job, so I'm not going to go there. But I did have the one question that I did have that I'm going to share. When you were talking about main idea, I'm curious to know what some of the barriers are where the disconnect is. I think
Sure.
I might be getting a little bit into the weeds, but I kind of like getting
That's
into
all right.
that.
We can get into the weeds.
And I was just wondering, like, you know, barriers such as maybe behavior, teacher-student relationships. Do you look at that stuff? Do you look
Well,
at?
I don't think that that's the biggest barrier. I think the biggest barrier is sometimes kids, when you ask what it's mainly about, they'll just pick a detail.
Okay.
That's their barrier, is they don't have the concept of what is the entire thing about.
Okay.
Or how does this main idea and this main idea go
Connect.
together, and how do I support it with details?
Got
So
it.
it's twofold. Sometimes they can't identify what the main idea is, but if we look at that standard, it's also supporting with key details. So sometimes they're able to do the main idea, but they can't pick the correct details that support it.
Got
They'll
it.
just go in and they'll just grab anything they see and anything that they can read. So that's a real focus,
Okay.
is making sure that once you state that main idea, your details back that main idea up and there's not a disconnect.
Got it.
So I think that's probably
One
the
of the-
biggest barrier that kids have with the main idea and key details
Okay.
standard.
Okay, good. And the last question, we talked a lot about that family connection and working with the families. So I was wondering, I know kids aren't excited about taking exams,
No.
but is there a way that you all could promote it to make it exciting? I mean, like a campaign to, you know, draw the families in and the students and things like that. Is that something that you've ever done
And
or
I think
considered?
a lot of times we do some goal setting with them, and then do you want to do?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Hey.
Tell me,
So
I'll
at
tell
Brown, when we did our winter I Ready, I like to have fun.
Okay.
So that's how I view education,
Yeah.
something fun to do. And what we did was called Battle of the Classes.
Okay.
So with Battle of the Classes, I think we did 2 categories, one for math and one for reading. And it was just to promote. I feel like sometimes we over-test our kids and sometimes it's like, oh, another test. So what we did, we made it exciting.
Yes.
We wanted to kind of focus on our kids taking the test serious and then also them taking their time. So what we did, and I'll speak for one category. So we did 3 levels of prizes, first, second, and third place. And we told the kids, here's the rules. We got to be the first grade to be done with no flags, and everyone was complete. Everybody had to be finished. So no straggling, no, you know, if your kid absent, you do try to. So it will motivate the teachers to get the kids on the computer to get the test done, but also motivate the kids to encourage their classmates to slow down and take their time. And what we did in the morning, we'll make an announcement. Okay, we have so far, first place is this grade, second place is this grade. And towards the end, we were able to announce winners for first, second, and third for reading and in math. We gave the prizes to teachers, you know, thanking them. They got lunch for for just being first place. You know, they got gene passes, and we did, you know, kids wanted extra recess. I think we had a cupcake party for first place.
Okay.
So that was our way of encouraging them. I sent home a monthly letter just kind of overviewing like how parents can interact with their kids with the information that's going on in school. So for the April one, I think a lot of our kids right now are focusing on time and money. So I told parents like, hey, take your kids shopping. You know, this is the amount of money they have, you know.
Give them money.
Give them money, like take them shopping. You know, with my littles, I usually work on skip counting. I think a lot of our parents are coming up to the understanding of Common Core. It's a little different than what we are, you know, seeing when we were growing up. So I, you know, put vocabulary words they may hear from their kids and that kind of explain to them what is skip counting, what is, you know, this box method, because it was called something else when I did it. And it can just give them an overview of what's happening in the classroom and then ways that they can implement it inside the household as well.
Love it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas.
Shout out to my colleagues for all asking great questions that I had on my list of questions, so I don't have to go over those. But thank you for the presentation, because I am always saying we test kids, but what are we doing with the results of the test? And also, I think it's important because you talked a lot about what we're asking teachers to do. Are teachers giving the content in the right way? Are they given enough opportunities? And the best teacher can be very effective, but not without a student leaning in and parents leaning in. And so Ms. Smith asked the question, like, what are we doing to help our parents understand the rigor? So I was glad to hear the gamification of it a little bit, so the students are like, yes, you know, we can do it too. But one of the questions that one of my colleagues did not ask that I have a question about is, what are the themes, any themes that you found with the instructional implications? something that, we're giving the test, but we're having challenges here and here, so that perhaps you can take those instructional implications if you see a theme and kind of spread it out to all of the schools or all of the teachers at a certain grade level or a certain content area, so that you can, just as a group, try to figure out how to solve for some of those issues. Have you noticed any themes in those areas?
So let me start with Jack, because he's getting, quiet down there. I want to make sure.
Make sure he's still he's still emotionally invested.
And I'll just go high school, middle school, and elementary. They can do a theme.
Well, I think one of the things that we've noticed more in social studies than anything else, to speak to that point, is that we do have in our common assessments for that content area, we do have the items on our common assessments that do run one assessment to another. In other words, there are similarities between fall and winter assessment, but there are also content items which not all things are equal. And that's where we have to dig into the specific standards so that we understand what are the common elements, and then use those skills and processes to be part of how can we improve, because this isn't something that's a point in time on the progressive era, for example. It's actually a skill about sourcing or contextualization that carries through. And that's where a lot of our professional development has been. We've got a lot of social studies teachers that like their social studies, and the content is a really important part of what they do, and it should be. At the same time, those skills are also assessed on the end-of-course assessments and the MCAT, and that's something that we have to address throughout the school year. That's one of the things I really like about, professionally speaking, the PLT process, because to the slide that I had presented on earlier on, I've embedded certain components that we don't assess, like the writing component, that's not on our common assessments, and then I have that in the purview of the teachers to instruct. But we also now, with PLT, because of the writing focus, we have those EBIS items and those constructed responses showing up in that looking at student work protocol, and the schools and the teachers are responsible for providing those, looking at the student work, and then doing something on the back end instructionally with that. And that's another level of accountability that's really, I think, helped out with, like I say, speaking purely for social studies, but I think it's more global than that for sure amongst the other content areas. That's a theme that I think is really helping. So.
Okay, great. Any others? Any other themes at the lower?
Yes,
Yeah.
In third grade in the fall, the kids had to read a play, and they don't know how to read a play. It's very different than reading a story and a
Absolutely.
play. And
Right.
some of our questions were, who is in the dialogue in scene 2? So just that vocabulary that we have to expose our students to, and a lot of times when we get a play as a teacher, we want to perform the play. We don't necessarily look at what is the narrator's job, what are the characters' jobs. So that was a huge eye-opener for me this year, and we talked about the instructional implications. We can't perform the play. We have to learn how to read the play. Who's talking in this scene? Where do I find a scene? What are the stage directions? So that would be
Great.
That would be a theme that I saw, is we have to really look at those different kinds of genres, not just a narrative, not just an informational, but poetry and prose also, plays also.
That's great to hear, because that's one of the things that I think I think Ms. Warren's point is, if we're giving kids information, there's sometimes assumptions that we make as adults, like that whole box counting thing, I don't understand. We just borrow and carry. That box thing, I don't know what's happening. But again, it's based on contextualizing what the students need to understand in order to be able to have solid responses. So I'm glad that you guys are digging into that and looking at those implications, bubbling it up to the surface to help include it in academic instruction so that students are able to do that. And then my one last question, because others have already asked, is that you, Mr. Lounge, you talked about the decision to do paper or use technology. Have you been able to think about like what's the impact? Because I know like students on IEPs, if you get extra time, sometimes they need it on the computer for the reader or the, you know, that kind of thing. But do we really understand those implications to the students about taking it paper-based versus on the computer?
Right now we do it all electronically because the state gives it electronically.
Right.
We've gone electronic. Unless there is something on the IEP that says they have to do it.
Right. But if we had to make a decision, or is there any impacts to either the teachers and how they're teaching, or the students if we pick one or the other?
Well, I think what we saw was it was always paper really until COVID, and COVID made everyone go to the technology.
Right.
And then what we saw is that we were hearing from schools that their students aren't doing as well with the technology as they did when they did it paper in the classes.
Right.
And so we realized that we had to start using the technology, and when we were doing the common assessments, we really wanted to try to mirror the technology that was used on MCAP to try to get our students some practice time during the year, because up until that time they were doing many things on paper during the year, and then we'd tell them they had to do the MCAP. And so then it was hard to tell, was it really a problem with the student understanding how to use the computer that really prevented them from scoring well on the state test, or was it, them not understanding the questions and how the questions were worded? And so it's really now we've been focusing on actually helping our students understand how to take the test on the technology so that we can actually see how well they understand the content.
Okay. Well, colleagues, we have about 3 minutes remaining for this section, trying to stay close to time. How many more people do we have that's still Mr. Hancock, Ms. Kramer? Okay, all right. If you could, I'll start with you all next time. I'll start with you first, rather. I apologize. But go ahead, Mr. Hancock, and then Ms. Kramer.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. Thank you all for the presentation. I appreciate it. I have just a question, and it's always kind of been a concern to me. And actually, Ms. Kramer and I were kind of talking about it on the side, and it has to do with the assessments being a part of a student's grade. I have concerns about that. When I think of assessments, I think they're necessary because what they do is they provide data to us to see what's working, what's not working, what can be improved upon. And to me, that's kind of where it should stop. Some students just don't test well. There's been some talk about students, how they work with technology versus pen and paper. That's also data to us to see what works better. But if it's a part of that child's grade, that can be a negative implication on them. So my question is, why is it a part of the student's grade? And is that the best way to get a student to show full participation in the assessments?
So there's really a motivational piece involved, and we have an assessment committee that we meet with. And we talked about that, like how much should we require it and keep it as a grade, or how much of a percentage should we use it? And it really came down to we need to have people take this seriously. And if you want people to take it seriously, then you have to count it. And the other thing is that we wanted it to show how well a student is doing actually on a standard. And so what we noticed is that our students were doing very well in the classroom. They were all getting A's, but then when you took the state assessment at the end of the year, they really weren't doing as well as maybe we thought they were doing at the grade level standard that the state set at. And so we were seeing the same thing with the common assessments. We were seeing that our students were getting all A's within their classrooms and doing very well in their schools, but they weren't necessarily performing at that level when we gave the common assessment and we did the scoring. And we gave the scores. And so it's really, to give a point in time how well a student is doing on that assessment. And what we tried to do was not make it so it penalized them so greatly that it actually had a huge negative impact on their grade. And so that's why we came up with the percentage that we did.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
It's a tricky conversation because the state also, at the high school level.
At the high school level. In biology and in government.
In biology and government, the state assessment now counts towards the student grade. And I think it's the same problem, right? Like, so this concept that grades are so much higher than the state assessments anywhere, any state. Grading is so different than the state assessment. And it's not like it's a little bit of a difference. It's like a lot, right? A lot of kids are getting A's and B's, but they're not meeting proficient in whatever state assessment it is. And so then there is, from the educator's perspective, how do we do some alignment to talk about what is an A or what is proficient? And a lot of these common assessments begin to be that linking point of, is the assessment that Ms. Navarro is putting out there and grading the kids on at the same level than what the kids are going to be expected to know and do when they take the state assessment? And absolutely, I think there's a whole thing around how many kids are able to test effectively in those environments. That has to be the discussion. There is some questions around the test, even virtually, now has a whole bunch of components that you got to learn, because it's kind of like the first time you do it. So it's an interesting dynamic around it, and that's part of the reason why it's driving that. And I think, you know, Mr. Lowndes is right. How do you make it so that everybody takes it seriously? Because as I said to you, we first had to start with the adults and get them to buy in. Why does a common assessment across all schools, so all the middle schools, all the elementary, all the high schools are going to have those common assessments? Why is that important? Because we do it this way, and the kids at that school are different, and then the kids are, and having a common accountability of it. And then getting the students to say, how do we get the students to also buy into the learning experience? It really is like it's like another assignment, if you will. It's an assessment, but it's an assignment of your learning. And I think that's why you have to try to figure out. Now, you cannot penalize a kid for detrimentally for not doing well, but I would argue that these are also, like the math ones, are unit assessments from IM, right? It's the unit assessment. So the kids are taking the unit assessments. It's just that we picked 4 or 6 of them a year to call common across the district, but everybody should be doing the unit assessment. So I know my kids, you know, in middle school, they take those unit assessments and they take them, and they are graded by the teachers. Actually, they're probably way more than the common assessments, because we didn't want to penalize the common assessments. It's just an interesting dynamic of difficulty of trying to figure out the huge variation between teacher grades and then whatever state assessments you give students.
And we did actually, you know, similar to the state, you can't get below a 50%. Right. So on the government and on the biology for the state, the lowest you can get is a 50%, and then on our common assessments, the lowest you can get is a 50%. Once again, to prevent it from actually really being detrimental to someone's final grade.
I appreciate that. I know we're stressed on time, so
Yeah.
I won't say much more, but it's actually those big variations that are actually, that's where the concern comes from. You can have a straight A student
Right.
that, even if it's 5% of their grade or 10% of their grade, just being at 80% can really have an effect on their grade. So, but that's worth another discussion. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. I had similar thoughts as well, and especially, you know, our valedictorian can speak to this. every percentage point counts.
Sure.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief, and thank you for addressing that question, Mr. Hancock. We were having a little side conversation over here about that. So I just had a question about, so on the data, I believe it's slide 3, what you have up. So grade 7, I noticed it's only about 13% with intermediate and proficient. They're very low, and so is 8th grade math. So they're like the lowest on the chart. So any idea what's going on in middle school, and is there something unique, you know, that is causing, other than what we know, they're crazy, right? As the parent of a middle schooler, I can say that, right? Yeah.
Soon to be.
Yes.
I've been through it before.
So I have a
yeah.
7th grade boy, so I get it. I know Mr. Hancock has an adolescent boy as well. So other than what we know, what's unique to middle school that may be causing, they seem to be scoring the lowest amongst everyone. And so just curious about that, if anyone has noticed any trends, anything that sticks out, if you know, just if you have any insight there.
I'm gonna let Sheila talk about, because she actually is content specialist for the middle school math, and talk a little bit about kind of the common assessment and then the scores.
Sure, so in 8th grade math, you also see that we have 8th grade algebra 1.
Yeah.
So that 8th grade math is the students that are on the grade level math, so that is where they start to separate, so that is part of that data. So, and that is true on the state too. They're the only ones that will take the Algebra 1 MCAP, and then the 8th graders that are in 8th grade math will take 8th grade. So in the previous years, even if you're in accelerated math, you take your grade level MCAP. So that those 8th graders, that they do tend to be a lower proficiency rate than our Algebra 1 because they are separated. When we look at the data, if you're a struggling math student, by the time you're in 8th grade, you've been struggling for that long. So those concepts are getting them ready for algebra. So we do a lot in our math labs supporting the prerequisite skills that come up to that. So we do have to do a lot of work ahead of time to get them to the standards. So I think it is about understanding the rigor of the standards for our 8th grade math students and the fact that by the time they're in 8th grade, if you're struggling for that long, we have a lot of work to do before we send you to high school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, what I thought about was the labs. I'm like, well, we have labs out in middle school, which I think is like one of the most genius things that we've ever done. And it's really helped my son. So I'm like, well, we have the labs both in ELA and math. So I would think that they would be performing, better because they have that extra class period, or block where they work on, concepts and things like that to help them in the whatever math class they're taking, or same with ELA. But seeing the scores very low is just concerning, so.
And it's a lot about application more than it is computation or just a skill. So in 8th grade, we're looking at systems of equations, we're looking at a lot of pretty rigorous standards and pretty rigorous concepts for the students, so we just need more time to get those solidified, and the math lab helps that. And I think we'll see that in the future as we prepare them for 8th grade closer and closer to grade level.
Okay, thank you for that.
You finished, right? Yes, ma'am. Okay. First, let me say thank you and echo what Dr. Navarro said as it relates to transparency. It can be tough, and I mean to put it out there for the whole world to see. And as Ms. Bella Washington mentioned, we went to NSBA, the opportunity to talk to people statewide and even some of our friends from Canada. Not a lot of districts do this. They absolutely do not air their dirty laundry. Right. Anything that they don't feel 100% confident in, you will never find out. So thank you all for this, because you can't know what you truly need to work on until you can fully evaluate where you are and identify those key problems or problem areas. And I just wanted to confirm a couple of things. One, if I remember correctly, anything that they're tested on in the fall is really a reflection of what they would have learned the year before, right? There isn't always a whole lot of, is that correct, or no, not necessarily? Okay, all right, because it's what they're doing currently.
It's really a lot
Okay.
of the curriculum they're doing. So they
Okay.
just finished, it's a unit assessment.
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha.
think of a unit at a time, they just were taught that unit and then they
Okay.
were assessed it.
Okay, immediate. Okay, gotcha. All right, so it is new learning. All right, so did you also say, maybe you didn't, that math, I know you said that they're not necessarily tested on the same things, so I understand that part, but was math the exception? Is that correct?
Math builds on itself.
It does build on itself, so
Yes.
we should see something between fall and winter as it relates to math in
No, you're going to
general?
see a more difficult standard in math.
Okay,
So with the ELA, you'll see
Uh-huh.
their standards are pretty much look the same, but they go deeper in what they might be asking you to do.
okay.
But in math, you'll see that it builds on itself.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and, Christina, if you want to talk a little bit about that, because we've had some good discussions.
So I think grade 3 is a really good example. So their fall assessment is on introduction to multiplication.
Okay,
So very small numbers at that point. They're working with arrays and like grids where they can count 3 rows of 7 things and know that it's 21.
okay,
Then we get to grade 3 winter, and it's on addition and subtraction up to 1,000 and 2-step story problems.
okay,
So whereas in the fall, we were working with much smaller numbers, things that you can count, by the time we get to winter, we're now working with what has historically been very challenging content for our students. It's multiple operations at once, and it's these 2-step story problems where you have to read, you have to comprehend the story problem,
Yeah.
you have to solve it on your paper, and then you have to figure out how to put it on the computer. So while there is this progression with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division across mathematics, there's foundational pieces you have to know. it gets more challenging, it gets more rigorous, and sometimes it is on different topics.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Because, just looking at it, just head on, it can be a little misleading. And, I have, 2 customers currently in the system, one in 3rd grade and one in 5th. And they complain all the time about doing them. But then when they get them back, and if, they feel confident that they've, that they're understanding. So I understand why you need, to Mr. Hancock's point, some kind of incentive. Because no one ever wants to do testing. Least of all, the younger children. But I certainly appreciate why. And another question, as it relates to why is there data missing for grade 6, 7, 8 in math in the fall, as well as 7th and 8th grade algebra?
Because of the testing limitations, and they take iReady.
Gotcha.
And so we use that data, and then, so these are the, and I do have 2 for middle school math, they just weren't there because of the way the quarters fall. So we try to be respectful of the time limit.
Okay, understood. All right, yeah, just trying to get the full picture as well. Well, as Ms. Thomas said, most of my questions have already been answered. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we have you a little while longer, Mr. Lowndes. As next up is English Language Development, a curriculum request. And joining you will be Ms. Autumn Hoffman. Welcome, hello. And she's a content specialist for ELD and bilingual education. Thank you.
So today I'm here with Autumn Hoffman. She's going to present some curriculum that we would like to purchase for our students in our programs for our MLs, and our multi-language learners. And Autumn's going to explain why we need to buy the curriculum and the process that she went through to select the curriculum that she's bringing forward to today. So Autumn?
Yes, thank you so much for having us here today to review this material. I'm going to start by just sharing that in the English Language Development Program, all of our services are aligned with state standards. The state standards have been also aligned to WIDA, which is primarily what most of the nation uses. And those standards...
I want to explain what WIDA is.
Yes, WIDA is a consortium of states and with the University of Wisconsin, and they developed these standards in order to pace students in their language development based on brain research and how language is learned and what is a reasonable expectation, and then also the scope and breadth of the type of language students need to learn. So that includes things like the language used in a language arts classroom, like Ms. Hudler was just sharing, dialogue, play, scene. Those are all things that are very specific to a language arts class that a student might not encounter in their daily life if they aren't explicitly taught that. And students who speak English at home would have a head start on that language. Same thing with the language of math, the language of science, social studies, and then general academic language, things that are cross-content, but also very important for language learners to study. One complicating factor with English language development materials is that we have students in every single grade, but at multiple proficiencies for each grade. So for example, in kindergarten, we're going to have 4 levels of students that all need different materials. A kindergarten newcomer needs something different than level 2, level 3, or level 4. But the same thing happens in first grade, but the material still needs to be even more different because we're supporting the content instruction. So if they're studying in social studies, westward expansion in second grade, they need to be focusing on that type of language, but in third grade, they're focusing on something different, so we're working on different language. So for each grade, I tried to put this grid here to make it a little bit clearer. We need materials that are going to support each grade and each proficiency level. We presently do not have any complete program that's provided to ELD teachers in order to support that. We are asking them to create materials or find supplemental materials that we provide them, but it is not something that's very easy for them to do. And it's also very hard to benchmark student growth when teachers are using a variety of different materials. And the reason that they are using a variety is because students come in with all different backgrounds and different areas of growth. One student might excel in speaking, but have a hard time with reading. Another student might prefer, they don't like to talk out loud, they want to do a lot of reading and writing. And so we can't have one explicitly same thing across every student, and we need to have options. So that was one of the main things we were looking for in a program to support ELD program, is something that's going to provide our teachers research-based material that has a wide scope but can be narrowed down and will be able to support our curriculum, our content curriculum. So to review curricular resources, we invited ELD teachers, a parent, and students to review these programs with us. We reviewed 3 programs from 3 different companies, from Vista, HMH, and Cengage. These were all reviewed based on a rubric. The rubric includes some of the standard curricular resource items, like alignment to standards and having multiple entry points for different levels of students, but it also included ML-specific things like, is there material for students with limited or interrupted formal education? Is there material for students who are long-term MLs, who have been in the program for longer than research says is the expectation? How are we supporting a brand newcomer student who has just arrived and needs something slightly different? So we had a rubric that we used to evaluate these 3 programs. The program that we selected through that process is English 3D, which is through HMH. It is based on the standards, the WIDA standards. It does span all grades, K through 12, and all of the proficiency levels. It does have specific elements for our 3 subgroups, newcomers, long-term MLs, and students with limited or interrupted formal education. And we are getting more and more students with limited or interrupted public education or formal education. We just enrolled some students who, like, the last known grade that they completed was 2nd grade, but now they're being placed into 4th grade because that's the age-appropriate grade for them. But that material doesn't magically, like, enter their brain when they enter the 4th grade classroom.
Catch them up, yeah.
Right, so we're working on catching them up. And the material was used, developed using evidence-based best practices, which is really important because all learning is brain-based, but language learning is a very specific system of elements that have to happen in a specific order in order to produce the results that you would like to get. Some of the highlights that we have here, I'm not going to just read this off, but some of the things that I am personally very excited for is that this is rigorous content. It is purposeful language development. It is not just, oh, I would like to teach blank today, so I'm going to teach that. It will help them. This is, no, we know that this is the exact material and the lesson that we need to present in order for our students to move forward academically. It has consistent embedded instructional routines, which for language learners is very important, because if you have to teach a new routine every other day, then you're not teaching the language because you have to spend all the time teaching the routine. So consistent routines is very important for them. I already talked about the subgroups. And then finally on this slide, I am very excited for the data we're going to be able to get out of this program, because we'll be able to benchmark students, we'll be able to gauge how students are progressing, similar to common assessments. This is not in the assessment time category because it's so few students, but we will be able to look across the district and say, how are our students in level 3 progressing? What about our 2nd graders with their writing? How is this going? And we'll be able to really dive into the data at a deeper level. I know I said the last thing, but one more thing is that it's digital and it's print. For our students that have just arrived, many of them have not used technology before, maybe a phone at the most. But when you put a laptop in front of them, they are like, how do I turn this on? So we want to be able to provide them an entry point, and sometimes that's print instead of digital, with the intention of moving them to digital, because that is where their assessments and their instruction is going to be. But we have to teach them how to do that. I'm just going to give you a second to look at the feedback. We got feedback from teachers, parent, and students. It was really high praise for the program. The teachers appreciated a lot of things about it, that it had the range of language proficiencies. the resources that teachers don't have to go and find in order to meet the needs of their students. The parent really thought that it was going to be, it was well structured and that students would understand the connection from one lesson to the next. And the student feedback, the first number one is a quote from a student, which I thought was really nice. And also we do have a district focus on writing. And so for a student to bring that up and say the writing, I feel my writing has improved from this program, I think is a really important thing. So our next steps for this is that we will have a 30-day public comment review period so that it will be available for the public. We will have it on the website. We'll have the resources available here. And on the website, it'll have digital access, so the publisher has provided to us. And we will be seeking out feedback from the contacts that are listed here, including the parents in our Hispanic parent advocacy group, because many of our parents don't speak English and will therefore have a hard time reviewing this material. So having other people who maybe their children are not MLs but are still connected to the culture and the community reviewing it who are bilingual is really important. And that is the end of my presentation.
So one thing that I asked on them, how does this fit in with them learning their core instruction as well? And so, the way Autumn explained it was it helps with their language acquisition and language development, but it doesn't replace the math and the other content that the students would still participate in their school day.
Right. These materials are just for the time the students are with their ESOL ELD teacher, not something that they will be doing instead of the content in the classroom.
Yeah, it's a supplement. Gotcha.
Some of our services are push-in or co-teaching anyway, and so for that, these would be optional things the teacher could say, I've noticed that while we're working on this essay in English class, maybe we need to do a quick review of how to, the parts of an essay. So they might pull a lesson from this and say, here's a review. The teacher doesn't have to make it. We know it's research-based, and the student gets the benefit of that review.
All right. As promised, Mr. Hancock or Vice Chair Kramer. Any questions or comments? Okay, Vice Chair? Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for this presentation. I really appreciate you providing the detail. I'll be looking at the online resource. I did have a couple of questions about the review process, though. So how many teachers and students were involved in the review process?
So we had 22 ESOL teachers involved because we did pilot materials from the different companies. So some 22 of the teachers were piloting this program at some point. Some of them also did other programs. For the students, we got feedback via a survey. So I would have to go back and look at the survey to see how many respondents there were, but it was over 20 students that responded. Student response to survey is a little bit hard to get sometimes.
No, understood. Were they all English language learner students? Yes. Okay. And then the parent, you just had one parent.
That was my question.
One parent for now, because like I was saying, most of our parents do not speak English, so it was hard to bring them into a review process. But that is also why we are specifically targeting different groups for the public review, because we need to get that feedback from them. But as far as trying to get them involved in a review of a program that is about English language, when English language is maybe a challenge for them, that is a little bit tricky.
Yeah,
sorry, do you offer translation services to Vice Chair's point for parents, as an encouragement?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and that will be good, I guess, through the Hispanic advocacy group, the parent group, to make sure that they're able to, give feedback in their native language as well.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely.
I also didn't see that there was any representation for special education in the context that you were planning to target. So any thought on reaching out to either our special education department, who did we I'm thinking his first name, but I can't remember his last name.
Barry Johnson.
Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, or his team, or CCAC, who has been a very good partner, and I'm sure they would be happy to help review materials. So just wanted to make sure that we include
Yes.
the special education community in this. And then lastly, was there any negative feedback about the resource that was selected? I read all of the positive feedback, but just curious if anybody
Yes.
had any cons that they presented.
Primarily, there was some negative feedback from some of the teachers, and that was because we were requiring them to implement the program exactly as the textbook company intends it to be done. But we also know that that's not really a realistic implementation. So Dr. Navarro and I have talked about identifying like when we develop the scope and sequence of our curriculum, it doesn't have to be exactly what they're saying. Start with lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3. We're going to find the parts of it that are the most important and fit with our program models, because we do have 4 program models. We have a pull out. So some things of it will work for that best, but if we have a push in for some students, different parts of it will also be important. We have co-teaching, and we have self-contained ESOL classes at the high school level. So we had some negative feedback, but it was not something that would impact how we actually implement it, if that makes sense.
Okay, so they just were seeking flexibility,
Yes, that's
essentially,
exactly what
in
it is.
how it was.
Curriculum.
Okay,
And
okay.
Students did say that they thought the lessons were very long, but again, I attribute that to the way it was implemented because it was a pilot.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Okay, I saw Ms. Thomas first, then Ms. Warren, and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you so much for this. And again, my colleagues are asking questions, so it's probably good to go second, so I don't have to rehash those questions. Excuse me, but I did have a question because you had mentioned there was a particular, like the parts of an essay, and then the teacher could go in and research that part and then serve. So there is some autonomy for them, for a teacher to be able to kind of just in time a piece of instruction needed for the child at that point, yes.
Absolutely. Flexibility is really important in the ELD program because you can have a 9th grader at level 2 and another 9th grader at level 2, but have had very different educational experiences. Maybe one is limited and one has had all A's and been in school the whole time and just the language. And so the teachers have the autonomy to make a decision that's best for their students. So when we have a program like this and everything is done with best practices, it is a little bit easier to give them that autonomy too, because we know whatever they select in that moment where they have to vary from the scope and sequence that's set out, that they are still using material that is going to benefit the student.
Okay, that's good to hear because, I think every kid should have an IEP, but that's just my way because everybody learns differently. There's a lot of specificities. Some kids, we know we can't do that, but it's just, kids do need specific things, and so to hear that is great. My other question is, we're talking about this particular content that you've decided to use and you think this is the best one. You didn't talk about any other ones that you reviewed. You did mention that some teachers were using something different. Do we at least have the list of the others that you looked at?
Yes, ma'am. That is on that's on page 3, on slide 3. We looked at the program from Vista, Get Ready, Soar, and Sail, and in the USA. And in the USA is only an elementary and middle program, and we also wanted something that would span all the grades. So that was one of the reasons that was not selected. And then with Get Ready, Soar, and Sail, that one, it didn't have as good of connections to content as the HMH one did.
Okay, that's good to know. I just wanted to know what, like, the other feedback, if we had feedback from the teachers about whether those were, I guess, as good, but this is the reason why you select those, because those didn't meet the criteria for us to be able to. Okay, perfect, thank you. Ms. Warren?
You mentioned something about the standards, right? This is aligned to the standards. Does the ELA, does this program have their own common assessment? Since we were talking about common assessments last, do they have their own common assessment?
So the ELD program, we do not have any common assessments, but we will be able to use this program to help us benchmark where students are. The common assessments are meant to represent how students will perform on MCAP.
Okay.
And while Access is part of MCAP, it is a little bit tricky because it's given in January instead of the end of the year. And it's meant to represent global language development, not necessarily like in 7th grade, you have to know how to do A, B, and C.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a different approach to MCAP than the others, but the basic answer is that we do not have a common assessment.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have for now.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you for the presentation. Wanted to ask, you mentioned the ELD teachers, and previously there wasn't sort of one standard way of being able to teach and support these students, and that there was a variety of ways in which, the teachers were engaging with students, and it was very difficult to kind of be able to test and determine kind of where all the students were academically. I'm curious if there is going to be opportunity for other general education teachers to be offered this training and opportunities to understand like how these standards and strategies and delivery of the content could be helpful for students, just recognizing that these students will eventually test out of the program. They'll eventually test out, but also they're interacting, as you mentioned, with content areas that aren't specific to kind of what ELD teachers are doing. And so I'm just curious if other educators will be afforded the same opportunity to just learn alongside their ELD colleagues.
Absolutely, and that is one of the main pieces of work that the ELD program does, actually. Just to toot our horn a little bit, I think we probably have the most PD opportunities for our general educators of any program. We consistently offer multiple book studies per year, multiple CPD courses on how to modify content for students, for ML students. And so we're targeting growth for both ELD teachers and content teachers. As an example, Michelle King, one of our ESOL instructional specialists, she is just finishing up a SIOP class, which is 6 weeks, 3 hours each, and it is the sole purpose is how to modify the content for the student sitting in front of you. At the high school level, we also have workshops in the summer for teachers. Math teachers might come together, and then Kara Stone Street, our other instructional specialist, will sit with them and say, hey, in math, these are the language items that you'll really want to focus on. This is how you can modify the math work that's already there. And then we also do work to embed those modifications as options in the actual curriculum. So we do a lot of work on how to support the general content teachers. I always tell people, we're supporting every teacher in the district, both the ELD teachers and all of the content teachers.
No, absolutely. And just wanted to double down on something my colleague mentioned earlier, Ms. Kramer, just in terms of being able to make outreach to a variety of different communities, recognizing that it's not just kind of the ESOL community or kind of our, Hispanic parents, but also there are a variety of other organizations that touch and interact with this specific population and group.
Yes, ma'am.
So, cool. Thank you. That's all.
First of all, thank you. This is helping me. I have infants, toddlers, and twos, so I'm just trying to figure out how to put it all in, all right? And so, but they're doing better than I am, so I'll say that. My question would be, how long was the trial period, the pilot program? How long was it, and what are you currently using now?
It was a semester, and then currently our curriculum directive for teachers is to look at our content curriculum. So what are they learning in third grade math right now in this quarter? What are they learning in social studies in third grade, English language arts, and in science? And evaluate student needs based on the standards and then the data that we get from either the students' ESOL screener scores or their access scores that we get every year, and identify how can we build background and how can we develop the language that will be used in the classroom. So our role is to pre-teach to a certain extent and also build language and fill in holes and support student needs and making sure that they're growing in all 4 domains of language, which is reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all again.
Colleagues, I was going to propose doing Ms. Mackey's presentation on the school calendar and then taking a brief comfort break, because after that it'll be Mr. Schwartz and then all of the resolutions. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Mackey. Hello. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm here to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is the school calendar.
We asked for the sky, right?
Yeah, so while we are all currently working in the 24-25 calendar,
luckily it wasn't
I'm over at my laptop looking at next year's calendar before coming up here to talk about 2026, 2027. So the charge for the calendar creation process is convene a calendar committee using the parameters that the board provided to me, and I think it was at the February board meeting, create some calendar models and then make some recommendations to the board for draft models for the 2026-2027 school year. So this year's calendar committee included lots of individuals. I love expanding the calendar creation knowledge with larger groups of individuals. So I always leave the committee process knowing that I have educated other stakeholders on the math and the work that goes into it, because it's not as easy as I think some think it to be. But we have parents, teachers, we had administrators, support staff certificated, we had staff from departments here, union leadership, lots of individuals. We met either 4 or 5 times to review the board's parameters, to talk about things we like about the current calendar, next year's calendar, and things maybe that we don't like about the calendar model. So lots of feedback, lots of discussion in those meetings. So the process the committee followed, they looked at the, Mr. Heil shared it in his report earlier, but the 180 school days required for students, the 190 contracted teacher work days, building in some professional development, building in the required 2-hour early dismissals, and observe public school holidays. Some of the board feedback that I heard from this group in February was looking at Veterans Day and Election Day as system closures, trying to align our calendar with surrounding counties as far as open closure dates, breaks, maybe having a 2-week winter break, adding a spring-based parent-teacher conference day, which I heard some of that feedback from parents recently as well, trying to include 1 long weekend per month, creating a survey, keeping spring break as a true break, but I did hear some support for a shorter break. And then I heard
Contradictions.
Yeah.
The prior to Labor Day and then the after Labor Day.
And I did hear some support for starting school before Labor Day, but then also some support for starting school after Labor Day, right?
It's a good thing we're not a contradiction, right?
So the models that the committee came up with, reviewed lots of models. We looked at the current calendar. I think I already shared this. Next year's calendar talked about things that worked, maybe what didn't work. And the committee looked at 3 different models. There's a traditional model, which is similar to the current school year format and next year's school calendar format. A midweek start model. When I say midweek, typically teachers come back on a Monday in August and students start back the following week. This midweek model, we're just backing that calendar up by 3 days. Something to think about. And then a post-Labor Day model where students all come in that Tuesday after Labor Day. I think it's in that model, it's maybe September the 8th. So these models have now been posted to board docs. There are 6 documents there. There's 3 full calendar models that show from July to June, right, for each of the 3 models that I share above. But also a nice, easy 1-page summary format. Senior leadership team looked at these models yesterday, had lots of discussion about what may work, what might not work. Which is why there was a delay in me posting those models, because I didn't want to post them and then there be some major feedback why one of them couldn't work, why we had to shift some dates around. And we did move a couple of things around, so I just wanted to share that with you all as well as the public. But a brief summary here of our traditional model. Traditional meaning students start on that 4th Monday of the month in August. There is a professional development day in September. Many community members also recognize that as Fair Day. November 3rd, which is Election Day. This model has schools closed for students and teachers only, and I'll share a little bit about that toward the end of my presentation. There's a fall parent-teacher conference built in. We're closed for Veterans Day. There's full 2 weeks for winter break, a full week for spring break. There is a spring parent-teacher conference day. Now that day falls in February, so you don't think of February as being in spring, but it's after this, when that second semester starts. We're in the 3rd quarter. There's a long weekend in April for students and teachers, and school ends for students on June 11th, and teachers' last day is June 14th. There are 4 snow days that are identified, the first of which would be June 14th. So there's some flexibility in there for inclement weather makeup in that traditional model. That midweek start model, as I shared a few moments ago, we're backing that start date up for teachers by 3 days. So rather than them coming in that following Monday, they're coming in that Wednesday. So then we would have students come back a week later on a Wednesday, similar to St. Mary's County. We have that professional development day in September. November 2nd is that fall parent-teacher conference day. Election day is closed for students and teachers only. We have the same long breaks. We have that spring parent-teacher conference day. There's a long weekend in April. And the school year ends a little bit earlier because we start a little bit earlier. So the post-Labor Day start model, this is where it gets a little interesting. So teachers would start back on Monday, August 31st. We are closed on Monday, September 7th for the Labor Day holiday. So students would come back on September 8th. Typically, that's when we currently have our pre-K students coming in, so we would have to look as a system about where we would have that start date for pre-K with this particular calendar model. We've got September 18th, Professional Development Day. I'm going to come back to Election Day in this model. Veterans Day closure. There is a fall Parent-Teacher Conference Day, a spring Parent-Teacher Conference Day. So we did shorten winter break in this model. It starts on a Wednesday as opposed to having that Monday and Tuesday. But if you see my note at the bottom, the last student day is June 23rd. Teacher's last day is June 24th. That gives us a little bit of wiggle room for snow days, but not much when we start rolling into July 1 and kind of how the school system runs its year on a model basis. So election day. So this particular model closes the school system, meaning 12-month employees are not working, students are not in schools, teachers and staff are not in schools. But with election day, many of our school service polling sites. So we would have to pay building service teams per school. And I think Mr. Heim can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have about 25 or 26 facilities that are polling sites. So we're looking at paying some of our building service teams in those 26 polling sites overtime to come in and open that building for the Board of Elections and then close that building for the Board of Elections. So that dollar figure was anticipated at about $25,000. Second, the AFSCME negotiated agreement has a list of identified holidays that are already outlined, including a floating holiday. So right now, because this calendar model, it was either this year or the calendar model coming next year, Veterans Day has been closed for the school system, and Veterans Day is not in the negotiated agreement for AFSCME employees, so it's not a holiday currently in that agreement. So that floating holiday that in prior calendars we would typically put around winter break or spring break has been applied to Veterans Day. So in this model, November 11th would have that Veterans Day floating holiday, if you will, already applied to it. So if we looked at adding another holiday for Election Day into the negotiated agreement, we'd be looking at an additional holiday where the system would have to pay about, I think Ms. Acton quoted me, an average, I asked her just for a ballpark figure of about $300,000. So there is a cost to the system to close completely on Election Day. And this is one of the reasons why the other two models, we have Election Day open, but we have students and teachers out of buildings because we don't want community members coming in to vote with our students in class, as well as having staff in could cause some parking issues at some of our smaller campuses. Plus, I think the setup from the Board of Elections can sometimes be a little bit problematic for teachers that are in the building. So those other two models have a day off for students and teachers on Election Day. I know that was a lot of information. I'll finish here and then I'll take any questions that you may have. But today is a presentation about the models. There's 3 models. I will tell you that the calendar committee was really in support of 1 or 2 models, not really in favor of the post-Labor Day model just because of how late it ends in June. And even if we were to look at shortening winter break and spring break, you'd really only be taking a couple of days out. You'd be backing the calendar up just by a little bit, so it is possible. Staff would implement any directives here of the board. I do already have some survey questions from committee members to put into a survey to get some feedback from the community, which our team would try to put that together on the system website at some point next week, where we would display the models, we'd build a survey, And then I would come back to the board next month and answer any questions you may have, share some feedback. And then the board would take action on the calendar in June.
All right.
So any questions or next steps?
Yeah,
Again, I
well-
know that was a lot of information, and if I showed all three models here in my presentation, that would just be a lot more. I do also want to highlight that on the three models, not all of the holidays, not all of the recognitions that are in the parent handbook calendar are notated on these draft models. These are really meant to be draft models for you all to take a look at, the openings, the closures, the breaks, where those contracted teacher plannings are, and then when we build that parent handbook calendar model, that's where we plug in all of the other information, all of the special recognitions, the holidays that community members celebrate. So this really isn't the document for that, in case you had any questions about why certain things were not noted.
Yeah, I have, and I'm coming to you, Ms. Belawashi. Did you have your hand raised as well, Ms.? Okay. First to Mr. Howe's point earlier about the teacher planning time, I'd like to see how we can work with the teachers to make that happen, even if we can't give everything.
Right.
But I've heard that consistently for years, and I appreciate that. And I know Dr. Navarro does not believe that the late start is helpful. So perhaps, we've talked about it, so perhaps the early dismissal might be the way to go, but for me, that's very important. So I appreciate where they're coming from with that.
Right.
And just a quick question on, just to confirm, it looks like under all three models that Indigenous Peoples Day would be a day that we're open. Is that correct? Okay. I just wanted to clarify. All right, I'll start with Mr. Verk and then Ms. Butler-Washington.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I really appreciate the presentation. I did want to ask, what is the main draw for the midweek model? Because looking at the traditional start model, I see that the start is on a Monday and the end is on a Friday. And a lot of people, they usually have the concern of not wanting to come to school for just 2 days. I guess the midweek draw could be in case there were snow days. It could push to that Friday, but with the 4 snow days built in, I don't fully see kind of like the pros of the midweek model. Could you please explain that?
So I'm going to explain it from the perspective of the calendar committee, because these models include all of their input. We had a meeting last week where I printed out copies and we were all kind of going through and dissecting things. And the idea behind that model is that the school year really does end a little bit sooner, even if we have inclement weather days that we add on. But it's also aligning with one of our neighboring counties, which was one of the provided recommendations from the board to try to align it. And we had support for it on the committee to develop a model. And I think it has to do with the end of the school year. Now, whether the last student day falls on a Monday or a Tuesday, it really just falls in where throughout that calendar year where those student attendance days fall and where those teacher attendance days fall. There is a model right now where students' last day is on a Friday and teachers' last day is on a Monday. I think that's the traditional model. And there was a few teachers on the committee and I said, hey, how do you feel about that? And the teachers on the committee said, by that Friday, the last student day, I'm ready to pack up my classroom. Like, I'm super organized.
Absolutely.
I'm ready to go, probably by the Monday of that week. So, this person wasn't speaking on behalf of 2,000 plus teachers that we have in the system, but that they shared their perspective and that it wasn't problematic. And then we had the discussion about, well, that's also given if we have a perfect winter or a perfect spring, and I don't know how realistic that is, right? So it could end up shifting to a Tuesday, and then, students maybe would be projected to come back in on Monday, and then we would get into a situation like this year where maybe we're asking for a waiver and whatnot. So I think the perspective of the group collectively was that it just ends the school year a little bit sooner than the other models.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. And one thing I did want to ask is, in the future, could it be possible to include more student input as well? I see that committee members were mostly staff and parents. I know that a survey was sent out. Was it for 25-26? Or?
Yeah, so for this committee in particular, we sent out kind of an interest form like we do with all of our committees, at least all of the committees that I'm a part of, right? I put out a community interest form. If you're a parent, staff member, teacher, student, I didn't have any students apply this year.
Oh, okay.
So I had a few parents who joined initially, and I said, hey, what level do you represent? And I had a high school mom, and I said, hey, go home and ask your high school student if he or she wants to join the committee. And she said, great. Last week I had an administrator who almost had their 8th grader come to our final meeting, ask me if it was okay, and I said, yes, absolutely, it's okay. We all want to hear the perspective from a student, right? And I think the student ended up not being able to come. I asked a few of our principals, hey, do you have any students that you would recommend? And I never really got any names to where I could reach out and confirm. But the previous year we had either 2 or 3 students, and I had a phenomenal young lady from McDonough who I think is graduating this year who probably gave the group some of the best feedback. So
Nice.
there was an attempt to have students on here, but for the survey that we will be building on these models, students will absolutely get it. And we will ask that question, IMA, and one of the options will be students. So we'll be able to see some of that student perspectives, and I can bring it back to the board next month.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know it can be hard to really get that engagement. And I do want to say to the board that in the future, this would also be a great way to kind of like include the student member in terms of, I know that sometimes a few of you have asked me, hey, can you like ask your peers or post on social media about this, this, and this? And it's, you know, this year, like the SMOB Advisory Council has had like difficulty in having meetings. It's kind of been my fault in the scheduling conflicts, but I do want to say in the future, that could be a great way to include the SMOB Advisory Council in just, the SMOB can bring forward like information on, hey, we discussed this at either the General Assembly or at the SMOB Advisory Council, and it can be a great way because students really do, I know it's hard to get student engagement, but they meet in different forms, and if leaders can be asked to bring that forward, that's something I think that student leaders would love to do, and I would love to do if I can, you know, in the short time I have left. But yeah, thank you, Ms. Mackey. That's really.
So, Sam, I think what I'm hearing is that you're gonna help us get the survey out to.
Oh, I could do that. I could do that too.
And then our folks sitting in the back working on their assignments, that they're gonna help us too, because we do wanna hear what their perspective is gonna be.
Yeah, I
On
think that's an
this, and if we
excellent
couldn't
idea.
get participants in the committee, we can absolutely get participants to fill out the survey, especially if the board decides to move forward 2 of the best of these 3, or even if it decides to move forward 3. I think students, especially students who are, will have a lot of perspective about when they start and so forth. And our students are very much engaged. It has impacts on their athletics. I mean, that, starting after Labor Day, I'm very curious what students would say about that start time, because they're practicing in the summer and they start tryouts at a certain time, so. Thank you.
I think it's an excellent idea. I appreciate you bringing that forward, Mr. Verk. And even I'd go so far as to say I would love for the SMOB, if they have the ability to actually serve on the committee. And I think that would be a great idea, you know, so we can guarantee that we have, you know, at least one student voice, and then, you know, the advisory council members as well. Thank you. That was great.
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Butler-Washington.
Yes, thank you. Just got one question. What was the cost between the 3 models? Because I knew you threw out some numbers at the end on a couple of them.
So the only model that has identified financial costs would be that post-Labor Day model, in which Election Day was closed as a system. Now, any of the other models could close Election Day as well. There's a cost associated with closing that particular day. Now, the midweek start model and maybe the post-Labor Day model, we would have to internally shift some things around. I don't know what financial implications those later start dates or the earlier start dates would have, but I know a discussion we had yesterday about the midweek start model is that typically the week before teachers come back, we have new educator orientation week where new teachers come in. They're pretty much from Monday to Friday. Maybe they're at one of our larger schools doing some overall opening welcome PD, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe at North Point or at St. Charles, but then that Thursday and Friday they have designated time where they're meeting at their principal, they're in their classroom, they're meeting with their first grade team, their world language team if I'm a secondary teacher, right? So if we have new educator orientation starting that Monday, and then teachers come back that Wednesday. We're gonna have to figure out internally what that looks like for new teachers and then what that looks like for returning teachers. So it's not really a financial implication, but it is certainly a scheduling implication, maybe an allocation of time implication for our teachers, and looking at things as such. Now, there was some discussion on the committee as well about having a 2-hour delayed arrival for students. So have that teacher planning, but have it in the morning. Specifically, I think we talked about the day that we return from winter break and maybe the day that we return from spring break. So teachers are coming in on time and they've got that 2 hours of planning time in the morning, and then students come in. That has some implications too when it pertains to transportation. I believe it would impact our students who are in our early college program. Maybe some of our programs that I don't quite know, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Heim, but we had a conversation about those students who go to CTE programs that are at the Steedham Center. Maybe they're taking shuttles or North Point, but I think it really does impact students that we transport to the College of Southern Maryland, because it is really like a 2-hour delay for weather, right? We're shifting our schedule. It may cause us to look at canceling any child who I think is in pre-K3 for special education purposes. And then maybe some of our, that's weather related, so it wouldn't affect. We've had some times where CSM La Plata has been impacted, but that's really been due to weather implications, and the College of Southern Maryland maybe has opened at maybe 11. So again, not financial implications, but there are certainly some elements here where we would have to do some maybe changes internally to see how we could make some of these models work.
Okay. Appreciate it, thank you. Okay, Ms. Smith, and then Vice Chair Kramer.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. Very succinct presentation. Appreciate the overview. I'm curious about the committee's rationale for keeping the school system open for Indigenous Peoples Day, mainly because I know in years past, or specifically last year, we were closed for that day, and that was parent-teacher conferences. So it did afford parents the opportunity, especially those who close for the federal holiday, to be able to attend parent-teacher conferences without having to take leave from work. So my concern is that if we, one, don't close the school system, and then we have those parent-teacher conferences on just another day that's not necessarily designated as a holiday, what issues may that present for families, and the limited opportunities they would have to actually come in person and meet with their child's teacher. So what was the committee's rationale for that?
So I'll talk a little bit about the committee's rationale, and then we also had this conversation yesterday among the leadership team. So I could probably pull 15, 20 calendar models. And when I say calendar models, I'm talking about that parent handbook calendar that's printed and what the actual calendar was for the school year. I have that historical knowledge access, if you will. And we've done it in October, and we've also done it in November. We've had parent-teacher conferences on Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, or we've had them on Election Day, right? We've done a mix in between. And the rationale when talking about it at the committee was that we're coming up in October, I think it's October 12th in these calendar models, where we've just issued interims as a system. So while your child's teachers has some grades, they don't have a full, almost first quarter picture to present to a parent, right? But when you come to November, that's right around that time when the first quarter has ended, report cards are about to be posted. So if I go in and meet with my child's teacher, I've got that report card date. I have all of the work from a first quarter as opposed to just a couple of weeks of being in school, from September through that first full week in October. So that was the discussion on the committee. And then we looked at a few models yesterday among the senior leadership team about flipping it. But after we had a conversation about what the committee shared and how it had been done in October before, and it had been done in November before, we didn't adjust that in any of the models. It certainly can be adjusted because I understand that perspective, right? Because it is a federal holiday. The rationale was just that there wasn't enough time for grades, and if you push it a month later, you've got more data as a teacher to talk with a parent about their child.
And I recall why we didn't place the parent-teacher conferences on Election Day, because we did in fact want that to be an opportunity for all of our citizens to be able to exercise, their rights to be able to vote, and not putting in barriers in place in terms of parent-teacher conferences or schools being open. I'll figure out more on that. My second question was just around, you mentioned there is a cost that we incur for building services and keeping the schools open for Election Day for one of the models. Is that not a cost that's shared by the Board of Elections? Like, do we shoulder that entire cost ourselves?
I am going to
Mr.
turn my
Hyman,
head
just
to the
giving
right and look at Mr. Hyman.
thumbs up.
Yes, wow, that's surprising.
So can someone speak to why that is? I mean, they're not voting for a student board member, they're voting for their local officials and national officials. So I'm curious why that cost is not transferred to the Board of Elections.
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm wondering if maybe Mr. Heim does, although he may not.
Aside from our school system would be what, the JCs? Like everyone in the county would have to vote at the JCs? Or the church up in La Plata?
So I will say before Mr. Heim starts that most school districts tend to take on these, you know, we deal with these arrangements with the county government in the use of public facilities for those purposes.
That's almost like part of our funding already, so to speak? Gotcha.
It's part of being part of the
community.
The community.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's something that we factor into our operating budget, and it's a similar format with Parks and Recreation. So when Parks and Recreation utilize our buildings on evenings and weekends or on holidays, the same thing, we factor that into our operating costs. So for the additional time to run the utilities and also for any staffing needs for building service to open up the building, we factor it into our operating budget.
Last point. Thank you for that interlude.
Thank you.
Wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Verk for his suggestions in terms of more student engagement. And I think he was very humble in terms of his schedule and being unable to meet some of the meetings, but he's a student and soon to be a valedictorian. So I think that was very humble in terms of like, you know, my schedule. Sir, please. That is all.
And we try to have the committee meetings, you know, they're in the afternoon. I think we did 3 to 4 p.m. this year, just to try to catch some of those students who could maybe come in, recognizing we may not get a lot of middle school students, but there are some middle schools that do dismiss early. So we try to be mindful of that.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, and then Mr. Hancock will be the final point.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I just want to first just say thank you to you and to the committee members, because I know this is a tremendous amount of work that goes into this, especially coming back with these 3 very different models, honestly. Yeah. For me, a couple of points. So I would not support the post-Labor Day start because it's just the last day is too late in June for students and teachers. And then I also noticed that winter break was shortened. We wouldn't get the full 2 weeks, and I know that's been consistent on the survey. It's probably one of the only things that's been consistent about the surveys is that parents and I think staff and students want a full 2 week winter break. So definitely would not support the post-Labor Day start. I definitely prefer the traditional model. I could potentially, if my colleagues wanted to go with a midweek, support that, but I just think we'd get pushback again from educators about coming back so early, because we tried that before, remember? That didn't work so well. So I feel like in this case, and I know we've discussed this before, you know, about sort of creating a standard template. You know, we tend to go with the traditional model, and people are used to it. We always go the last Monday in August. You know, everybody's used to it. They can work their schedules around it. And I just feel like, you know, it may be beneficial to look at that going forward. It would mean less work for the committee, less work for everyone. And then, you know, folks know what to expect. You know what I mean? And that helps for planning. If you're like me and you plan like the next year ahead, I'm looking at when does school start. So if we can take one final, you know, little vacation or something in August, you know, it kind of helps. And and again, you just know what to expect instead of kind of starting from square one every year. Because we do have, you know, we have mandates. We have certain things that we can and can't do. So there's very little flexibility anyway. And as we can see, the post-Labor Day, you know, we threw this out there this year. It just really won't work for many reasons. So I just feel like the traditional model, if we could just create some type of standard template to work from going forward, I think it would be really beneficial and helpful for us. I definitely love the 2-hour early dismissals before breaks. I noticed that in the traditional and the midweek start. I think that's great on a Friday. I think teachers will love that. I think students will love it, you know what I mean? There's a consistent, I don't know if it's every month, but I saw it in many months, especially before the breaks. So I think that was genius, the 2-hour early dismissals. And definitely agree with Mr. Verk to try to have more student voice in future committees. And if it's via the SMOB and the SMOB can take it back to the advisory council and then bring back that feedback, excellent suggestion, Mr. Verk. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hancock.
Yes, just really, really quick. The only thing if it would please the will of the board, as you're doing your surveys, could you just make it known that the Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, since it is a federal holiday, can you highlight that on the survey so that parents can see it and provide some kind of input? Because most people are accustomed to a federal holiday just automatically being a school holiday, and I think that might cause some issues. So if there's a way, that's the only concern I have and I agree with everything else my colleagues have said. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, as you know, we are way over time. It is 3:11. If we could take just a brief comfort break until 3:20, and then we'll resume with Mr. Schwartz. All right, take us off the air, please. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Colleagues, we're back on the air. Mr. Hancock, we're back on the air. They call you back in class. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to come back to Mr. Schwartz with the legislative update, and since we have our families here, welcome, everyone. We will go right into resolutions. So, who will be kicking us off? Well, yes, please. Are we doing Administrative Professionals Week first? Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley.
Good afternoon.
Vice Chairman Kramer, Superintendent Navarro, and all the board members. My name is Diana Colomo. I'm Executive Assistant to Nikki Majors, Chief of HR. Accepting this resolution are just a few of our exceptional administrative professionals. They are Tawanda Allen, Financial Secretary to the Office of Teaching and Learning.
Yes, come on up. You can come stand right up here.
How we practice it, remember? Nicole Brazelton, Data Technician for North Point High School. And Natalie Willett, Secretary to the Director of Elementary Education.
Yes, ma'am.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, April 21st through 25th, 2025, Administrative Professionals Week. Whereas administrative professionals contribute to the economic vitality of Charles County Public Schools with their talent, discipline, and skill, which provide a strong base for the smooth operation of any office. And whereas the annual observance of Administrative Professionals Week is an excellent opportunity for employers and fellow employees in all office settings to recognize the countless contributions made by administrative professionals throughout the year. And whereas administrative professionals perform not only clerical tasks, but are often responsible for administrative and public relation duties. And whereas without their wealth of knowledge and keen awareness of procedure in the workplace, efficiency and effectiveness would drop dramatically. And whereas it is fitting to recognize the competency, efficiency, and devotion of administrative professionals through the designation of this week. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County does hereby proclaim the week of April 21st to 25th, 2025 as Administrative Professionals Week and calls on management everywhere to join in recognizing these outstanding professionals and promoting their professional growth. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted into the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 8th day of April, 2025. Signed, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Yanel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which will be ultimately read by my colleague, Ms. Jamila Smith.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christine Paul. I'm the Community Engagement and Equity. I'm here for the National Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. We're here to recognize Ms. Isabel Balaket.
Woo! Come on up. Oh, that is beautiful.
Isabel Balaket, she's the commissioner at the Governor's Office of Community Initiatives within the Commission of Asian Pacific American Affairs. Isabel also serves as the active board member of the Filipino American Association, provides support for the community to promote diversity and visibility of Filipino Americans within Southern Maryland. We also have Jasmine Jones. Jasmine is a 12th grader at Thomas Stone High School. She's Filipino and fluent in Tagalog. She has been on the honor roll, is employed at Cracker Barrel as a server, and she is working to save up money for trade school to become an auto mechanic.
Awesome. Ms. Smith.
Resolution. Board of Education of Charles County, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2025. Whereas the Board of Education recognizes the significance of Asian American and Pacific Islander Month as an important time to celebrate the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the history of the United States. And whereas May has been designated as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the United States, the theme for the year 2025 is a legacy of leadership and resilience. And whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is inherently diverse population, composed of more than 45 distinct ethnicities and more than 100 dialects. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the contributions of our Asian American and Pacific Islander students and their families through the history of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students. And whereas the Board of Education educators engage students in activities and projects that broaden their perspectives on the contributions of our Asian American and Pacific Islander community. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the outstanding contributions made by Asian American and Pacific Islanders and celebrates their heritage and culture now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be included in the minutes of the April 8th, 2025 board meeting by order of the Board of Education, Charles County, this 8th day of April, 2025, signed Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Chairperson Yunel Morley, Esquire.
Next, we have Child Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week. Is that you, Ms. Paul? Are you, no? Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Navarro, Chairperson Morley, rest of the board.
Good afternoon.
We have two managers that are here to accept the resolution. First is Dolores Johnson, who is the Food and Nutrition Services Manager at Dr. Gustavus. I always say it wrong.
Hi, welcome.
And also Robert Fox, who's the Food and Nutrition Services Manager at Thomas Stone High School.
Okay. And the resolution will be read by Ms. Butler Washington.
The Board of Education of Charles County salutes to Child Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week, April the 28th through May the 3rd. Whereas the school cafeteria and the service provided its personnel to students, facilities, and staff are an integral part of the operation of Charles County Public School. And whereas that 2,724,377 lunches, 1,663,792 breakfasts, 64,755 snacks, and 19,026 suppers were served to the Charles County school children under the National School Lunch and School Breakfast Program from August the 28th, 2023 until June the 10th, 2024. And over 65,000 meals were provided by the community during the summer of 2024, and only a partial testimony of the valuable contribution made by school food and nutrition service personnel each year. And whereas school food and nutrients service providers, personnel deserve be recognized for the dedication and continuous commitment to feeding and educating students and offering a variety of nutrient services to the community. Now, therefore, it is resolved that we, the Board of Education of Charles County, do hereby declare that the week of April the 28th through May the 3rd to be set aside as Child Nutrients Employee Appreciation Week in Charles County Public School, and commend this observation to all of our citizens, and be further resolved that a copy of the resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County by order of the Board of Education of Charles County, 8th day of April 2025, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of School, and Yanel Moore Lee, Esquire, Chairperson. Y'all made a split for me because y'all knew I was coming in the middle.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jewish American Heritage Month.
Good afternoon again. To recognize Jewish American Heritage Month, we have Mr. Rich Gilpin, Interfaith Commissioner. Mr. Jacob Lindsay, Congregation of Shari Shalom. And Ms. Melissa Gilpin, PTO PTSO representative, CPAC representative at TC Martin Elementary School.
Bring them up, bring them up. How big they're getting.
Hello, welcome. Hi. Oh, yes. Miss Samisha Thomas.
I'm reading, so it's okay. It's okay. You won't be blocking it. Okay. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Jewish American Heritage Month, May 2025. Whereas the 23 adults and children who would form the first Jewish community in the United States immigrated from Brazil in 1654, and today, over 7.6 million Jewish Americans make up more than 2.4% of the population in the United States. And whereas on April 2nd, 2006, President W. George Bush proclaimed that May would be Jewish American Heritage Month, representing the crowning moment as a result of numerous efforts of Jewish leaders in Florida and members of Congress who had urged the president to recognize more than 350 years of Jewish contributions to American culture. And whereas throughout our history as a nation, Jewish Americans have made countless contributions in areas to include music, theater, acting, children's toys, medicine, activism, politics, all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes that in the face of adversity, the empathy, compassion, relentless spirit, and determination of Jewish Americans have both strengthened and inspired American society. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County seeks to encourage staff, students, parents, and the community to actively honor the history and contributions of Jewish Americans in alignment with our core values of equity and inclusivity. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes and values the contributions of our Jewish American students, staff, and their families through the sharing of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month, and it be further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted into the minutes of April 8th, 2025 board meeting by the order of the Board of Education, Charles County, its 8th day of April 2025. Signed, Dr. Maria Navarro and Yanel Morley, Esquire.
Oh, yeah, we didn't center. So.
Thank you. Next up is Mental Health Awareness Month. Dr. Blanchard. Yes. Yes, I know. We have to get a picture with you with the Magna Award.
Thank you, board members, Dr. Navarro, senior leadership team in Charles County Community. I'm Dr. Mike Blanchard. I'm the Director of Student Services for the Charles County Public Schools. I'd like to introduce to you two of our many outstanding student services personnel who support the mental health of our students and families on a daily basis. First, we have the phenomenal school counselor from Dr. Gustavus Brown Elementary School, Miss Felicita Custer. We also have a longtime school psychologist at Charles County Public Schools who currently works in the emotional adjustment program at St. Charles High School, Miss Tiffany Ash.
Thank you so much, ladies. The resolution will be read by Dr. LaTanya Smalls.
Thank you. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County Mental Health Awareness Month, April 8th, 2025. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month was established in 1949 to increase awareness of the importance of mental health and wellness in Americans' lives and to celebrate recovery from mental illness. And whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been instrumental in addressing the challenges faced by millions of Americans living with mental health conditions. And whereas increased awareness about the vital role mental health plays in our overall health and well-being is critical to the health of both students and staff. And whereas more than 1 in 5 adults in the United States live with a mental illness. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that more than 20% of youth have a diagnosed mental health disorder in the United States. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14, and the third leading cause of death among those aged 15 to 24 in the United States. And whereas 46% of people who die by suicide had a diagnosed mental health condition, and whereas at least 4 million people in the United States provide care to an adult with a mental or emotional health issue, and whereas the average age of early signs of mental illness is 14. When most students are entering high school, and whereas an estimated 60% of students with emotional, behavioral, or mental health disorders do not graduate from high school, according to the U.S. Department of Education. And whereas researchers from the University of Montreal found that students with untreated mental illnesses are more likely to be chronically absent, more disruptive in class, and have lower academic achievement, and ultimately drop out. And whereas the University of Maryland Center for School Mental Health has found that educating staff, students, and parents in the signs and symptoms of mental illness is key to both early intervention and dismantling the stigma surrounding health. And whereas schools that implement comprehensive mental health systems see improved academic performance, fewer special education placements, decreased disciplinary actions, and higher graduation rates. And whereas spreading awareness of the importance of mental health can help people realize that many ways in which mental illness impacts them and those around them, and can provide the opportunity to learn about available services. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the importance and significance of mental health, and whereas the Board of Education of Charles County is seeking to raise awareness of and reduce the stigma surrounding mental health issues and treatment. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County seeks to educate staff, students, parents, and the community on the benefits and importance of mental health, and now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of May 1st through the 31st, 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 8th day, April 2025, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Ms. Yanel Moore Lee, Esquire Chairperson.
Next up is National Physical Education and Sport Week.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Navarro, members of the Board of Education. My name is Matt Glonka, and I'm the Content Specialist for Health and Physical Education. With me this afternoon to accept the resolution for National Physical Education and Sports Week are Valerie Cheseldine, Physical Education Teacher from Eva Turner Elementary School. And Allison Cheney, Adapted Physical Education Teacher from the FB Gwynn Educational Center.
A little popular, as you can tell. All right, reading the resolution will be our student member, Mr. Sam Verk.
Thank you. The resolution of the Board of Education of Charles County for National Physical Education and Sport Week on April 8th, 2025. Whereas physical education and sports are essential to the development of all growing children. Physical education establishes healthy behaviors during childhood and develops physically literate individuals who have the knowledge, skills, and confidence to enjoy a lifetime of healthful physical activity. And whereas schools play a critical role in establishing lifelong healthy behaviors by providing a comprehensive education, which includes a high-quality physical education program for all children. And whereas physical education and sports benefits children by improving their social and emotional development, readiness to learn, memory, attention, concentration, and academic performance. And whereas children who participate in physical education and sports are more likely to become more active and healthier adults. And whereas physically fit adults have significantly reduced risk factors for chronic diseases and premature death, and as adults are examples to all children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County does hereby support May 1 through 7th, 2025 as National Physical Education and Sport Week, and encourages its citizens to participate in physical education and sports activities. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 8th day of April, 2025. Signed by Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Chairperson Yonel Morley, Esquire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last and certainly not least, very excited for Teacher Appreciation Week. Woohoo!
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the board, colleagues, and guests. My name is Melissa Meisowitz. I'm the Director for Secondary Programs. And as we gather to accept the resolution for Teacher Appreciation Week, it is my honor to introduce two outstanding educators who exemplify the dedication, passion, and excellence that define our teaching community. First, we have Ms. Holly Michael, an English language development teacher at John Hanson Middle School. And next, we have Ms. Nicole Schilling, a mathematics teacher at La Plata High School. Both Ms. Michael and Ms. Schilling embody the qualities we celebrate during Teacher Appreciation Week. Their tireless efforts and profound influence on their students' lives are a testament to the power of education. Please join me in welcoming them as they accept this resolution.
Thank you, and I will be reading the resolution. Thank you so much, ladies. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Teacher Appreciation Week, April 8th, 2025. Whereas teachers contribute to Charles County Public Schools with their talent, discipline, and skill, which provide a strong base for the smooth operation of a classroom. And whereas the annual observance of Teacher Appreciation Week is an excellent opportunity for the community to recognize the countless contributions made by teachers throughout the year. And whereas teachers have an impressive commitment to the youth of Charles County, helping to make a productive difference in their lives and educational experiences while acting as positive role models. And whereas teachers demonstrate the outstanding contributions as an educator, encouraging family learning and the involvement of parents and the community in the education of our young people, while working with students of all backgrounds, abilities, and interests. And whereas it is fitting to recognize the competency, efficiency, and devotion, of teachers through the designation of this week. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County does hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through 9th, 2025 as Teacher Appreciation Week, and calls on communities and management to join in recognizing these outstanding professionals. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 8th day of April, 2025, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Yonel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson. right, Mr. Schwartz, if you could please join us. No pressure, but you're the only thing standing between us and a break, just saying. I know, right? We're down from 1 million to about 200,000.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The session is over. As we all know, it ended last night at midnight. There were numerous bills that passed. I'm not going to highlight every one of them, but I'm going to talk about some of the bills that I was highlighting in previous board meetings, and one other I want to add to our list that is of interest. The first bill I want to talk about is Senate Bill 727, House Bill 1359. This was the Charles County Student Bus Transportation Provider Displacement Bill. This was the bill that would have required us to provide 10 years' notice before canceling a contract with a vendor, a contractor for our bus services. This bill was sponsored by the Charles County delegation. Fortunately, it did not get out of either the House committee or the Senate committee, so it didn't move at all, which was good news for us.
Fantastic.
Next bill is the big bill of the session, House Bill 504, Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act. This was the governor's bill to address the blueprint. The bill did pass after numerous changes were made by the House and the Senate. Some of the changes were good, some were bad for us. I will just note a couple. The purpose of the bill was to ensure the long-term survival of the blueprint. I can't guarantee that will happen because we don't know what funding is going to be in out years. But what the bill does is it reduces the foundation amount that's provided to us to support our students, which is not good. It does put a 2-year pause on collaborative time for planning for teachers, which is part of the blueprint's goal. That does affect the foundation amount, which is why the foundation amount went down. But the good news is it does provide full funding for community schools. That was something that we thought might be at risk in the bill. Fortunately, the bill passed with that intact, and that's good news. The actual impact of this bill on the dollars we get, it's a guessing game right now. We think we know the numbers.
Okay.
I'm not even sure that we can figure that out yet based on the bill. We're going to wait to see how MSTE couches the bill and what we were expected to get under the blueprint. It could have been worse, I'll just put it that way. And so it really was a lot of lobbying from the board members, from the superintendents around the state to protect public education and to protect the blueprint and the goals of the blueprint long term. Having said that, there was a separate bill that PZAM had asked to be sponsored, Senate Bill 852, House Bill 1245. That bill did not pass, but that was the PZAM's effort, the superintendent's effort to get some of the issues before the General Assembly. Some of those issues were folded into 504. Most were not, but nonetheless, that was something that PZAM was trying to get passed. Another bill that did not pass, Senate Bill 601, House Bill 596, the Dependent Children of Service Members Advanced Enrollment Procedures. This was a bill that would have allowed individuals who were moving to Maryland, who were in the military, to advance enroll, to get their children set up in schools before the children actually arrived in the school system. That's already allowed in law, and we already do that to some extent. This bill would have strengthened the program and would have allowed additional considerations in advanced enrollment. The bill did pass the House and the Senate, but not in the same format. It didn't pass in the end. They didn't come up with a final bill. House Bill 147 and Senate Bill 130 were two bills dealing with cell phones in schools. This was a big issue going into this session. As you may remember, my first report to you this session had several bills that were sponsored in Annapolis that were addressing cell phones in schools. Amazingly, none of them passed. And these bills passed each house, but did not pass in the end because there was never agreement on the actual wording. So those bills did not pass. Senate Bill 75, dealing with juvenile law requiring parental involvement in students who are in the juvenile justice system. That bill was a bill I highlighted the very first meeting we had during this session. Again, that bill did not pass. It did not move out of committee. And a new bill I had not mentioned previously, which was a late sponsored bill by our own C.T. Wilson. This was House Bill 1378, Civil Actions, Child Sexual Abuse. And you may remember the background of this bill concerns a law that passed previously that would have removed the statute of limitations for any claim of sexual child abuse for anybody who wants to file a claim, and it increased the amount that they could file the claim for. And so we are seeing individuals who were abused in the 90s, 80s, even 70s coming forward now with claims against not just school systems but county governments, against the church and other private providers, and against the state of Maryland. The state of Maryland realized that there were thousands and thousands of these cases out there that would have subjected the state to billions of dollars in potential liability, which is an issue moving forward, as you can imagine. Delegate Wilson put this bill in to limit the amount that individuals can recover in these claims against the state and against counties and against local boards. We were not included initially. Thankfully, we got ourselves included. So it would limit the amount that could be recovered for any claim filed after June 1st of 2025, which means between now and June 1st, there will be, I'm sure, numerous new cases filed to get under the old cap, which is higher than the new cap, which the new cap is going to be set at $400,000 per case, which is the current cap for our cases generally. The law on sexual child abuse that removed the statute of limitations increased the cap to $890,000. So you see there's a huge difference there. So I'm expecting that we'll see numerous cases filed in the next couple months before the new cap kicks in. I did include in the legislative report, which was on board docs, a link to the MABES legislative site for any other bill that you may have interest in, you want to look up. You can also certainly go to the General Assembly's website if you know what you're looking for. And if you have any questions about any of the bills I talked about today or any other bills you may have heard about, I can try to address those right now. And if you feel that you had a question about a bill that you heard about between board meetings, feel free to give me a call. So I'll open back up to the board if there's any questions.
Any questions or comments? Vice Chair Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I really appreciate you always keeping us up to date on matters, the legislative matters that will impact the school system. I just wanted to say that thank you to my colleagues and Dr. Navarro, AFSCME members, and several others that advocated on behalf of the school system and on behalf of bills that would impact the school system. And we're not always successful, right, in getting our interests served, but I think, I was very pleased to hear that our advocacy efforts were successful this time around, and several of the bills that we opposed did not pass. And so I just want to thank my colleagues who had offered testimony, and I know AFSCME had testimony representation at this Senate hearing. I think several others wrote letters and things of that nature. So advocacy works, and it's a huge part of our role here on the board that many may not realize, but those things are going on behind the scenes. And so I just want to, again, say thank you to my colleagues who participated in those efforts.
Thank you, and I have to echo that, and also thank Mabe and Pazam as well. We all definitely came together, and not exactly a clean sweep for us, but it is encouraging news. And also, we also as a board have been a lot more active in reaching out to our local delegation, both our county commissioners and our state representatives and senators, and so we will definitely be increasing those efforts. So, thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, colleagues, look at us. It is break time, so please take us off the air. Everyone will be back at 4:30 for recognitions. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is our favorite part of the day. We try not to take it personally. Everyone leaves as soon as we do the recognitions. I know. Ms. Whitfield Coffin, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Board Chair Morley, Board Vice Chair Kramer, board members, and Dr. Navarro. Today, it is my absolute honor to be able to turn the spotlight on these wonderful Charles County Public School students who have been identified by their school principals as outstanding student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Today, we will be recognizing Braden Hooker, 12th grader from Thomas Stone High School, Lorenzo Williams, 8th grader from Matthew Henson Middle School, Callie Neal, 8th grader from General Smallwood Middle School, Casalina Aguilera, 5th grader from William A. Diggs Elementary School, Caden Gilly, 8th grader from Daniel of St. Thomas Elementary School, St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School, Kayla Menendez Hernandez, 5th grader from J.P. Ryon Elementary School, Aiden Gonzalez, 5th grader from FB Gwynn Center,
Boy is sharp.
and Cameron, our littlest one today, pre-K student from Early Learning Center, Waldorf.
Oh my goodness. Yay. Oh my gosh. Y'all look great.
These outstanding students will be recognized by their principals in this order. First, Ms. Pearl, Principal, Thomas Stone High School. Ms. Cab, Matthew Henson Middle School. Ms. Watley, Principal, General Smallwood Middle School. Mr. Harrington, Principal, William A. Diggs Elementary School. Mr. Kevin Jackson Sr., Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School. Mr. Adam, Principal, J.P. Ryon Elementary School. Mr. Wonderling, Principal, FB Gwynn Center. And Miss Ashley Venezuela Carrington, Coordinator, Early Learning Center. Principals, would you please come forward in that order and introduce us to your wonderful students.
No, Miss Pearl, don't play.
Yeah, don't be shy, Braden.
I'm Jenifer Pearl, principal of Thomas Stone High School, and I am proud to recognize an outstanding student from our school, Braden Hooker, who's being celebrated today for his accomplishments and career readiness. Braden is a 12th grade student with a clear vision for his future to become a mechanical engineer. Those who know him, his teachers, peers, and mentors consistently describe Braden as hardworking, adaptable, and remarkably independent. A standout in the Project Lead the Way engineering program, Braden has already taken significant steps toward his career. He is completing a prestigious internship at the Naval Surface Warfare Center in Indian Head Division, where he gained hands-on experience that most students only dream of. From archiving technical documents to developing engineering drawings and even helping to create a test plan for an air filter system. Braden has shown both technical talent and the kind of initiative that sets future engineers apart. His academic dedication is just as impressive. Braden is a proud member of the W.E.B. Du Bois Honor Society, participates in the Unified Track and Field Team, and has made exceptional attendance, all while consistently earning honor roll distinction. Looking ahead, Braden plans to continue his journey at a four-year university with Stevenson University among his top choices. Braden Hooker is a shining example of career readiness, looks in action, driven, capable, and ready to make an impact. We are incredibly impressed by all he has accomplished and can't wait to see where his journey leads next. Thomas Stone High School is delighted to commend Braden for his achievements and career readiness. Thank you.
It's your turn, bud.
All right, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Lorenzo Williams, who is an 8th grade student at Matthew Henson Middle School and is being recognized in the area of career readiness. Throughout his middle school experience, Lorenzo has maintained an exceptional 4.0 GPA. He has mastered his content and maintained this high level of excellence with his strong work ethic and diligence. Last year, Lorenzo was nominated as Henson's nominee for the Ben Carson Scholarship. He was also an active member of MESA in the 23-24 school year. Lorenzo is currently enrolled in 3 high school credited courses, demonstrating his drive to succeed and truly be college and career ready. In addition to his outstanding grades, Lorenzo participates on the VEX robotics team. He is a valued member of Henson's drone team, archery team, Sea Perch, and is a member of Matthew Henson's band playing the saxophone. Lorenzo is looking forward to high school and has been accepted into the CTE engineering program at North Point High School. One of our staff members shares, Lorenzo is a high achiever whose smile draws you in. He greets everyone and is respectful to both students and staff alike. He is a go-getter and stays focused on his passions so that he can learn more in the subject area. I personally get to experience this every morning. Lorenzo makes it a point to say, "Good morning, Miss Cab," and then he passes by again. "Have a great day, Miss Cab." Outside of school, Lorenzo volunteers with toddlers at Life Point Church and loves to create YouTube videos. Upon graduating from high school, Lorenzo plans to pursue a career as a software engineer to create animation. Speaking on behalf of the entire Henson community, we are so proud of Lorenzo and his accomplishments. We look forward to watching and cheering on his bright future. Congratulations.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hardworking, role model, ambitious, and outgoing are just a few words I can use to describe our exemplary student of the month, Miss Callie Neal. Callie is an outstanding 8th grade student at General Smallwood Middle School who is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Callie has achieved principal's honor and maintains a 4.0 all 3 years that she has attended General Smallwood Middle School. Ms. Blackwood, Callie's social studies teacher, shared, "Callie is the kind of student every teacher dreams of having. She is responsible, diligent, and committed to excellence in everything she does." When asked what she enjoys about coming to General Smallwood, Callie shared she enjoys coming to school, being a part of our school community, and seeing her friends. Ms. Scott Freeman, Callie's science teacher, shared, "Callie shows kindness to all and is always lending a helping hand when needed, and is a student ambassador, helping students who are new to our school community. She is a natural leader, someone her peers look up to and trust." Callie also likes to work with other students and prides herself as being able to help others gain understanding in an area they are struggling. Her favorite class is algebra. She enjoys the challenge, and Mr. Anderson makes the class enjoyable. Last year, she took Spanish, and this year she is taking on Algebra, Spanish 2, and Introduction to Engineering and Design, all for high school credit. Callie is an active member of our Smallwood family. She is on the school basketball team, track team, the Bulldog News Network, Student Government Association, National Junior Honor Society, and takes part in our fashion and modeling club. In addition, she participates in extracurricular activities, including playing softball for Stars National. She is also a member of AVID and enjoys working with Ms. Riga and other students to prepare for college. Both her parents were D1 athletes, and Callie is following in their footsteps as she has her eye on playing softball in college while pursuing a degree in construction management like her father. While undecided, she does have her eyes on Oklahoma State University. In pursuit of her dream, next year, Callie will attend North Point High School in pursuit of construction design and management. In closing, I would like to share, Callie, you are a motivational light and a true example of what it means to lead with strength and heart. I have no doubt that you will continue to achieve amazing things, both academically and personally, not just because of your talents, but because of who you are. Congratulations, Callie, on this well-deserved recognition, and we are proud of you.
Good evening. I'm
Ben Harrington, the principal at William A. Diggs Elementary. This evening, I'm pleased to have a moment to recognize Cassie Alina Aguilar for her outstanding personal responsibility. Cassie Alina is a 5th grade student at William A. Diggs and represents what it means to be a Hawk by demonstrating respect, responsibility, and working with others so she can soar to success. As a leader in group activities, Cassie Alina is calm, respectful, and listens to her group contributions. Her kindness, patience, and respect towards others shows why she's a wonderful role model for our Hawks rules. Her involvement as a safety patrol and student ambassador showcases her dedication to helping others and ensuring well-being of her peers. Cassie Alina goes above and beyond to support her classmates, offering help when needed and always being patient and understanding. Cassie Alina is not only thoughtful and organized, but also a diligent worker who takes her assignments seriously. She consistently produces high-quality work and demonstrates a strong work ethic. In class, she actively participates and leads in collaborative student groups. In addition to her academic leadership qualities, Cassie Alina is a proud member of an extracurricular volleyball team outside of school, which is something she thoroughly enjoys. She is also a light tech for the Lion King production at the Diggs this June, demonstrating her technical abilities and commitment to supporting and helping a team achieve a goal. Cassie Alina participates in the Girls Who Code Club as well and is learning how to code, highlighting her interest in technology and problem solving. Outside of school, she enjoys going to Ocean City with her family each summer, making great memories and cherishing those moments. When asked if she had a superpower, what it would be, she dreams of having the superpower of time travel to revisit fun times with family and friends.
Aww.
Cassie Alina's personal responsibility has a positive impact on others beyond her merely just modeling it. She ensures her impact is felt by others, whether it be classmates, team members, family, or friends. Her positive impact and dedication is the reason why she's being recognized this evening. I'm proud to present her to the board tonight and showcase her publicly, as she truly deserves this recognition. Congratulations, Cassie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Caden Gilly is a student being recognized at Jenifer Elementary School for academic achievement. This year, Caden's a new student to Jenifer, but as he has been a new student, he has done many things that we are proud of. One of the things that Ms. Carter Moore, our instructional resource teacher, has shared is that Caden is a student who comes to school with enthusiasm and a readiness to learn. He is always engaged and an active participant in both class activities and small group discussions. Caden's contributions enrich group interactions in both reading and math, and his explanations add depth and variety, benefiting both himself and his peers. Also, Caden is in Ms. Guyon's 5th grade class. He has received excellent grades throughout his elementary school years. And Caden, in my conversation with him, he told me that I like to play video games. He said he likes to play football with his friends, and he likes to learn various subjects, or help his friends learn various subjects. He also enjoys reading and will choose to spend his entire extra time in class reading a book. As of now, Caden thinks he might like to be a football player when he grows up, but he knows he's got a lot of time to make some decisions about that. He knows he will have to maintain excellent grades for college to achieve this goal. So I present to you Jenifer's representation or representative for academic achievement, Caden Gilly.
It is with great pleasure that I nominate and introduce to you Kayla Mendez Hernandez, an exceptional 5th grade student at JP Ryan, for recognition in the area of academic achievement. Kayla's dedication to her education, coupled with her well-rounded excellence, makes her a truly deserving candidate for this honor. Kayla's list of impressive accomplishments includes such things as an 8-time honor roll recipient, core value award winner in the areas of commitment, generosity, and respect, certificate of completion for participation in the Charles County Art Show. She's a spelling bee winner. Oh. She has a certificate for perfect attendance. Oh. Achieved both of her iReady math and reading goals, and completion of the sacrament of her first Holy Communion through her church.
Oh.
In a recent lunch bunch session, Kayla shared that her favorite subject is math and expressed pride in meeting her iReady scores or goals this year. When asked what motivates her to work so hard in school, Kayla spoke of her admiration about several important role models in her life. She credited her fourth grade teacher, Miss Dessalines, for nurturing her love for math. She also spoke highly of her counselor, Miss Gilliam, whose kindness and encouragement have inspired her to help others. Most notably, Kayla described her mother as her hero and her greatest inspiration, teaching her the value and determination and perseverance. As Kayla shared with me, my mom is tough and never gives up, and I'm the same way. When things are tough, I never back down and I never give up.
Amen.
Kayla's excellence extends beyond just the classroom. She is also a talented athlete, excelling on both the basketball court and the football field. At home, she enjoys caring for her cousin and playing football games with her little brother. Her favorite movie, Long Shots, speaks to her admiration for trailblazers and her belief in resilience, as it tells the story of the first girl to play quarterback. Looking ahead, Kayla plans to continue striving for excellence academically and athletically. She aspires to become either a professional basketball player or a Marine, dreams that reflect her strong work ethic and ambitious spirit. Kayla's remarkable achievements, unwavering determination, and kind-hearted nature make her a shining example of the excellence at JP Ryan. It is an honor that I recognize her for her outstanding contributions and bright future. Congratulations, Kayla.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Aiden Gonzalez is a fifth grade student at the FB Gwynn Educational Center and is being recognized for personal responsibility. Someone once said, you have to put up with the rain before you get the rainbow. This describes Aiden very well. He has endured a lot of hardships and disappointments when it comes to school. Aiden himself will say that he wasn't the best student. He has stated, I didn't like school that much. I got in trouble a lot. I never really got along with the people there, and learning was really hard. Due to the difficulties he was having at his previous school, he came to the Gwynn Center at the end of his third grade year. Right away, Gwynn staff noticed that Aiden had appeared to give up on school and wasn't very motivated to learn. He appeared sad daily, and he didn't interact with peers or staff. Something needed to change for Aiden, and he was at the right place with the right people. Aiden has made tremendous growth during this time. I asked his teachers what are the best characteristics Aiden possesses when it comes to personal responsibility. Miss Macklin told me, fearless and determined. Whether it's trying a new sport, tackling a tough math problem, or getting back up after a fall, Aiden never backs down from a challenge. He has struggled with reading for many years, and this year he has fought through some challenging times and has become a better reader and writer. Yes. Miss Webster stated, motivation. He is a student who won't quit. When things get hard in school, Aiden will buckle down and is determined to learn whatever new concept, whether academically or emotionally. Mr. Rosine told me kindness. Aiden has become a model student and is a good friend to his peers. He respects his teachers and peers, which have built meaningful relationships for him. Miss Eastep stated, without a doubt, optimism. Aiden is always talking positively about his future. He has a list of goals and wants to move to California after graduation. Miss Woodland stated, competitiveness. Aiden is always up for a challenge and always tries his best. He has worked so hard this year and has made huge progress in both reading and math. Aiden has made so much progress during his time at the Gwynn Center. Aiden, his family, and Gwynn staff have worked so hard for Aiden's success. His behavior and academics have improved drastically. He has developed appropriate coping skills. He has built relationships with others and has found a love for learning and hard work. Due to these positive characteristics and personal responsibility that he has developed, Aiden has earned a right to transition back to his comprehensive school for next year. What an amazing accomplishment for his family, teachers, and especially Aiden. Aiden, I speak for everyone in this room and watching at home that we are so proud of you.
Yes.
You have made it through the rain. Now enjoy the rainbow. For these reasons and more, the Gwynn Center is recognizing Aiden Gonzalez for personal responsibility.
We didn't plan this, but great minds do think
Coordinated, I love it.
All right. It is my pleasure this evening to recognize a student who consistently demonstrates personal responsibility, kindness, and a remarkable work ethic. This is Cameron Williams. Cameron, who, believe it or not, just turned 4 in December, is the type of student every teacher hopes for. She is polite, positive, and always ready to lend a helping hand. One of the things that stands out about Cameron is her commitment to taking responsibility in the classroom. She not only cleans up her own materials when it's time to tidy up, but she also encourages her classmates to do the same in a very nurturing way.
Aww.
In addition to her responsibility, Cameron is always focused and engaged. Miss Purnell, her classroom teacher, shared that she has never once had to ask Cameron to catch a bubble. Any elementary people know that means we have to get quiet. Because she naturally understands the importance of listening and following directions. She has mastered the art of paying attention and staying on task even when there are distractions around her. Cameron's ability to stay focused and work diligently, always with a smile, makes her a role model for her peers. Her helpful nature, strong work ethic, and ability to stay on top of her responsibilities contribute to a positive classroom environment. Those are pretty big attributes for a 4-year-old, don't you think?
That's amazing.
But Cameron truly exemplifies them. When I asked Cameron if she knew what it meant to show personal responsibility, she paused for a moment and she thought about it. And she said, helping hands and hugs. I think that speaks volumes to her kind-hearted nature. Cameron, you make a difference every day with your kindness, responsibility, and hard work. Your positive attitude and the way you encourage others are just a few of the many reasons why you deserve this recognition. Thank you for being such a wonderful example of personal responsibility. We know that this is just the beginning of the great things your future holds, and we are so fortunate to have been a part of your educational journey. Keep shining bright and know that we are so proud of you.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. You all are just simply rock stars. This is too much. I'm over here. I want fashion advice, hair and makeup, all the things. You all are fantastic. Well, let me start with Braden. Hello. Hi. Wow. What an accomplished young man you are. In particular, I was blown away not only with the mechanical engineering, but the naval surface internship. I don't have to tell you how competitive that is. You completely understand. Talk to us a little bit about that. What does that mean to you, and why mechanical engineering? Is this thing on? It's on.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Yes, sir. I said, talk to us a little bit about your internship. What do you do, and why mechanical engineering?
Well, about the job, it's a lot confidential, but I can share a few things.
Oh, please. I know, please. I was not expecting that answer, sir.
You need security.
And I know, no, this is classified. Okay, all right.
I can say I learned a lot from just being over there for the past 6 months, getting experience on a lot of hands-on projects, going to certain places to get the job done. 3 months ago, I went to the Pentagon for some training.
Oh, that's why you can't
2
talk.
times.
I understand. Yes, sir.
And I get to experience the real hardship and how they run the Pentagon. And I also was assist on many projects to help my coworkers to support the Navy. I even do telework for the Japanese for their contaminated, I want to say their equipment since the Fukushima disaster back in 2011.
Yes, that's remarkable.
And since then,
Yeah.
I was among the 5 students who stepped foot in the naval base under 21, and I learned a lot, and I couldn't be more grateful for my parents, my coworkers, my teachers, who pushed me hard to be more responsible, organized, and time management. I couldn't have done without them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many of my colleagues and I have had the privilege of doing senior interviews, including at Stone. We're so proud of you all. I'm just blown away with what you all are accomplishing. And you stole my thunder a little bit. I was going to ask you one to thank, but you summed it all up. Anything else you want to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, well, we're very proud of you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lorenzo with the 4.0. All right. I love it. And I love all the different activities you've been in. Mesa, Vex Robotics, archery, CPERT, even playing the saxophone. That's remarkable. Especially love that you're a go-getter and you have great manners. But what touched me the most is the volunteering with the toddlers. I'm very partial to the little people. They are just simply adorable. I love that. So what keeps you motivated? Like, how do you what keeps you going? Why do you do what you do?
Well, what keeps me motivated is how much the world is changing lately.
Amen.
And I have to be ready for that, Things pop up, and I have to be responsible and mature about it. And, can't be on the streets,
Right. I appreciate that, yes. All right. The man has a plan. I love it. That's fantastic. Well, what would you like to share? Anyone you want to thank?
Upside down.
It's all good.
First off, I am honored to receive this award on career readiness. First, I would like to thank the Lord. He has blessed me in so many ways, it's hard to count. But the best blessing I could ever receive is my family. Their love and support is the reason I'm the young man I am today. And I will continue on my path to a successful future. Thank you again.
Thank you so very much. Callie, hello. Hi. Well, look, I can see why you're into fashion and modeling. I was like, ooh. But more important than that, you are an incredibly accomplished student athlete. That is remarkable. I love that both of your parents are D1 athletes and that you want to go in construction management. I absolutely love that. I did real estate for years. Why construction management? That's not a field that you usually see young ladies in, which is even more exciting. So I know your dad was in that field, right? And what about it do you like?
Just like there's just like so many like things that you can do just being outside, or I went with him to work once. And just seeing on his work environment, everybody was just so happy and like, they just liked him. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that you found what you're really passionate about. Well, this is your time. Would you like to thank anyone? Anything else you'd like to add?
I'd like to say that this recognition means so much to me, and I'm grateful for the support of my teachers, classmates, and family who have encouraged me along the way. Hard work and dedication have been key to my success, and this award inspires me to continue striving for excellence. Thank you for this incredible honor.
Thank you. Casialina, is that correct? Hello, how are you? Oh my gosh. Another incredible person. I love that you're very respectful. Anytime I hear that means something to me, because I think that's how all people should be. Not just children, not just adults, but just people. So I appreciate that about you. You're a student ambassador. a safety patrol. I was briefly. We'll circle back. I love that you're patient and organized. Those are wonderful qualities to have, and that you're into coding. But your superpower is time travel. I always go back and forth. That's a good one. And I love that you're also into the theater. And you were light tack for The Lion King. What made you want to get into that? I think that's so cool.
I wanted to get into that because I didn't want to have a part because I forget my lines.
I can appreciate that.
And I just wanted to be a part of it because I've never been in a play or a musical before. And I've seen like a few musicals, and I think lights would be the best thing for me because if I did sound, I wouldn't really know like all what to do when I do that. And I think I really like doing like lights because sometimes like there can be different colors and whatever, and that's like fun and creative.
That's awesome. So how's the lighting in here? How are we looking? We good? And as soon as you said, I was like, wait, do we have good lighting? No. All right, well, who would you like to thank? Anything you want to say?
I would like to thank my parents for always helping me and being there for me. And I would like to thank my teachers because they always like me liking the subject that they teach me, and they made me like school more. And I would also thank my whole family for supporting me when I needed them.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Hi, Kaden. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, it's especially exciting because you're new to Jenifer. And so to come in and already be crushing it with academic achievement, with all the adjustments of coming to a new school, that's fantastic. I love that you're always enthusiastic, you're ready to learn, and that you like to be of help, not just to yourself and benefit, but also to others. I'd love to hear when people are very selfless. And you may want to play football. Okay, I can understand that. Well, why football? What about that appeals to you that you could see yourself doing that in the future?
Football appeals to me more because, like, I've just always enjoyed watching it and playing it as a kid. So, and also it's just seemed more fun to play than other sports that I've watched or seen.
Oh, I'm a huge football fan. What's your favorite team? Answer carefully.
Saints.
Yes! You got it right. My husband's from Louisiana. He'd be very pleased to hear you said that. Yeah, you felt the vibe, right? Okay. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my dad, my mom, my brother, most of my family, and God.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, we have a lot in common. I also did First Communion. Oh, I remember it well. Oh, oh, another star. You're well-rounded. I love that you've an 8-time honor roll recipient, spelling bee winner, perfect attendance, art show, I ready goals. I said, wait a minute, what grade is this child in? You did all this by 5th grade? Oh, man. But what really stood out to me, shameless plug, we're a Marine Corps family. And I was like, she wants to be a Marine. Yes. Why the Marine Corps?
I want to be a Marine Corps because mostly we're learning about the civil rights in school. So basically that really inspired me. And since like mostly all the Marines like have to do a lot of things, it would be honored like if I ever end up in there, like in the war, but if I don't come out, I will still be like recognized as a hero.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. We take it very, very seriously, and I you know, of course, I'm completely biased. I think it's the hardest of all the branches, and especially love when I hear ladies want to do it. I'm like, yeah, we can do anything, right? Well, who would you like to thank, and anything you want to say?
First, I want to thank Mr. Adam, my principal, for this wonderful acknowledgement. It means so much to me and my family. I am grateful for the support you provide to our school and the opportunities you create for all of us. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the amazing staff at JP Ryan, specifically Ms. Hawkins, Ms. Gilliam, and Ms. Dessalines. Thank you for believing in me and encouraging me to do my best. Your guidance and support have helped me grow. I appreciate everything you do for all of us every day. To my friends and classmates, thank you for being such an inspiring and supportive group. We lift each other up and keep each other going. Por último, quiero agradecer a mi familia por estar siempre ahí para mí, por su amor y apoyo y por motivarme a trabajar duro y perseguir mis sueños. This translates to, lastly, I want to thank my family for always being there for me. Your love and support motivate me to work hard and chase my dreams. This recognition inspires me to keep striving for excellence, and I want to give back to our school community. Thank you once again for this honor. I look forward to continuing to learn and grow through the remainder of my time at Charles County. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. You hear that, Kayla? You're already a hero. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. Aiden, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I see you. You came. I appreciate that. You came ready. Personal responsibility. That's awesome. You know what? I'm so proud of you because you don't let anything get you down already. You come back from everything. Always, always remember that. You can come back from anything. I mean, and look at all the accolades. You never back down. You're doing much better in reading and writing. My son went through that as well. He didn't quit. Like, he was grade levels behind, and we kept at it. He cried, I cried. He prayed, I prayed. And we came back every single time better than ever. I'm so proud of you. And I love that you're an optimist. That is fantastic. That not many people are. So many people are so jaded, even younger people. Always remain an optimist and trust that things are going to work out, because they will. And also, you want to move to California. We have to talk. So I lived there for years. I love California. Love California. Not as much as Charles County. But why California? What about it appeals to you?
Because it's like different wrestling stuff over there. And
You said wrestling? Did not see that coming. Okay.
because growing up, I was a wrestling fan.
Oh.
And so that's why I want to move over there.
Oh, nice. And the weather and all that doesn't hurt either, right? Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay, well, I see you have a speech. What would you like to share?
I'd like to thank Mr. Wonderling and everybody who helped me get here today. This means so much to me because I was once a difficult kid to teach. I want to thank my teachers, my family, and my friends for all, not all. I forgot the word. Oh, Lord. I forgot the word right here.
It's okay.
This one.
You got it.
Helping me. I want to give a special shout out to Miss Moat for teaching me sight words.
Aww.
Miss Mathen for teaching me how to read and write better. Miss Easter because she is someone I can talk to. And my Nana because she's taken care of me so long. And has made me do my best. I have learned that I can do anything
It's okay.
if I try. I feel so proud of myself because I can see the changes in me. Thank you again.
Oh my God, that made my entire day. That was fantastic. And shout out to the sight words. Yes, we went through that for years. Look. Oh my gosh. Whew. You owe me some lashes. Son. Wait a minute. That was wonderful. Thank you. I know, right? Oh, Cameron. Hi, sweetheart. She's like, what is happening? Hi. Welcome. It's so good to see you. You doing all right? She's like, I was. Well, I'm so proud of you. I love that you lend a helping hand and that you like to clean up. Listen, it does not take much more than that to please me. As I'm still struggling with my boys. I have to say you get my award today for best dress because your outfit is everything, down to the shoes. Yes! Okay. I love that you're polite and you're positive and you listen and follow directions. That is fantastic. At 4 years old, yes. What are you thinking right now? You want to share anything?
I'm going to thank you for my mommy and then my brother. This a boy.
Yes! Oh my God. Just stay right there. We're going to come and shake some hands and bring some things for you. Yes.
Y'all made my mascara come on.
Listen, I'm telling you, lashes.
Well, it's a whole bunch of people going to shake your hands, okay?
Thank you.
Everybody. Felicitaciones, gracias por hablar en español. Me encanta que todavía tengas el español.
Thank
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I think I'm on a Matterwoman. Thank you.
congratulate our students one more time. We're going to ask our students to grab your bags and your certificates, and we're going to go out in the hallway. Parents, if you would like to join us, you can come out and take more pictures. Thank you, everyone.
Go away. Follow the leader. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Every month they come up here. I'm like, this is the stuff we need to get out. This is why people do what they do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Oh. Oh, thank you. Listen. No. No, the devil is a whole lie.
Don't
Yeah.
you worry, I like looking at him.
Yeah, no, I'll get there. I'll look at him, I'll hug him, I love him. No. Okay, do we have our faculty recognitions? Our staff, sorry. Everybody got distracted by the kids. They're coming. Okay. I know. It's still the show every time. Every time. There we go. Hi, welcome. Okay. All right, employee recognition. Yes, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Hi. Love that dress. That's pretty. Yeah. We just had kids, so sorry. You could feel free to, yeah, slide, yeah. Right. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Chairperson Moore-Lee, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is David Shimizu from the Office of Human Resources, and today we will be acknowledging 8 exemplary employees. Our employees today that we are recognizing is Ms. Diane Claggett, an instructional assistant from Thomas Stone.
All right. All right, Stone.
Heather Yake, language arts teacher from Matthew Henson Middle School. Tiana Duke, special education teacher from General Smallwood Middle School. Sandra Hoover, the secretary to the principal of William A. Diggs Elementary School. Siobhan Butler, special education teacher from Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School. Dana Clausen, secretary from J.P. Ryon Elementary School. Amy Adams, behavior specialist from the F.B. Gwynn Educational Center. And Paula Leto, building service manager from the Early Learning Center of Waldorf. To speak on these employees today would be the school administration from each school, Shanice Pearl, principal, Thomas Stone High School, Christina Caballero, principal, Matthew Henson Middle School, Orlena Watley, principal, General Smallwood Middle School, Benjamin Harrington, principal, William A. Diggs Elementary School, Kevin Jackson, principal of Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School, Nicholas Adams, principal of J.P. Ryan Elementary School. Todd Warnerling, principal from F.B. Gwynn Educational Center. And Ashley Venezuela Carrington, coordinator from the Early Learning Center in Waldorf. Principals, if you could please come up in the order and name are called to speak on behalf of your employees.
Today I have the privilege of recognizing an exceptional member of our educational community at Thomaston High School, Ms. Diane Claggett. With steadfast dedication and a heart full of compassion, she has been a cornerstone of support and excellence in our SOAR program. Her commitment to fostering a nurturing, inclusive environment has profoundly impacted the lives of our students. Ms. Claggett brings patience, adaptability, and a deep understanding of each student's unique needs into her daily work. These qualities have enabled her to guide students in their academic, social, and emotional growth, and the results speak for themselves. Over the years, she has not only touched the lives of countless students, but she has also inspired her colleagues with her unwavering professionalism and genuine care. One powerful example of Ms. Claggett's impact is the story of a student who initially faced significant challenge with communication and social interaction. With creativity, consistency, and a deep sense of empathy, Ms. Claggett introduced visual aids, sensory tools, and structured routines specifically tailored to that student's needs. Because of her efforts, this student found a safe, empowering space to thrive. They gained confidence, developed vital communication skills, and began actively engaging in school activities, a transformation that brought immense joy not only to the student, but to their family. This is one of many stories that highlight Ms. Claggett's extraordinary ability to unlock the potential within each child she serves. Her work is a shining example of the kind of difference one dedicated educator can make. We are deeply grateful for her continued service and the lasting impact she makes every day. Thomaston High School is proud to honor Ms. Claggett for her outstanding contributions to our school community.
It is my pleasure to introduce you to Miss Heather Yake. Miss Yake began her Charles County Public Schools career in 2004 as a language arts teacher at Matthew Henson. She left Henson briefly to teach elementary school, but thankfully has found her way back to the middle school level. Across her 20-year career, she has served as department chair, curriculum writer, and destination imagination coach. In our opinion, she is an expert in the language arts curriculum. She studies the curriculum materials provided and tailors the content so it is appropriate and effective for her students. She puts student success first through her business-like but supportive and flexible approach to teaching and caring for students. One of her students, Rebecca, shared, Ms. Yake takes the time to help students individually to break down the content to help them be successful. This happens not only in class time, but during her personal lunchtime as well. She builds relationships not only with students in our class, but with students in other language arts classes. She provides supplies to students if she sees they're in need, and does it in a manner that is not embarrassing to the student. She encourages students beyond the academic work as she wants us to succeed as a person. I will tell you the high school students want Ms. Yake to go to them, but they're not allowed to take her. During a time when Henson was unable to fill a vacancy, Ms. Yake often volunteered her time to cover the class regularly. She made sure to engage students and try to get to know them, even though she was just filling in. She remarked about how she wanted to provide some level of consistency for them. Ms. Yake is one of a few middle school teachers who is building the journalism curriculum during its first year of being offered in middle schools. She has brought in professional journalists to expose Henson students to careers in journalism. Additionally, the journalism class is actively involved in school-wide interviews, newsletter creation, and podcast creation. Recently, Ms. Yake has collaborated with our yearbook sponsor to facilitate yearbook production through the eyes of students. Ms. Yake serves as an anchor mentor. She devotes countless hours mentoring, advising, and planning with new teachers. She takes her mentoring duties seriously through observations and modeling exemplary lessons for new teachers. These are just a few of the reasons why Ms. Yake is an invaluable member of our Henson family. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Serving is at the heart of the work Ms. Tiana Dukes models every day at General Smallwood. Ms. Dukes currently serves as our special ed teacher, department chair, and an anchor teacher. Her contributions to our educational community, particularly in the realm of organizational growth, have been nothing short of transformative. From the moment Ms. Dukes joined our team, it was clear that her dedication to her students and colleagues was exceptional. She embodies the qualities of a true educational leader. She's reliable, trustworthy, and profoundly caring. As Ms. Wilson, a fellow special ed education instructional assistant who works alongside Ms. Dukes, aptly stated, she is so reliable, trustworthy, and caring. Ms. Dukes serves our students in the Achieve program. Her compassion for the students she serves is evident in the work she does every day in the classroom. Ms. Mitchell, a parent, shared, Ms. Dukes is a miracle worker. She does not give up on our students. These qualities form the bedrock of her approach to the students she serves by fostering an environment where both students and staff feel valued and empowered. Her students' needs are always a priority, and her team. She takes the time to meet with parents to ensure she understands the specific needs of her students. This reassures her parents that her students are in a safe space. This past year, Ms. Dukes' leadership as our special education department chair has witnessed remarkable growth. Ms. Brown, another special ed teacher, noted, "We found out this year that she was everything we needed for this department and then some." Her innovative presentations to staff on utilizing special education accommodations, effectively implementing IEPs, and developing a streamlined method for data collection has significantly enhanced our ability to support our students with IEPs. Mrs. Dukes' insight not only clarified complex processes, but also inspired us all to elevate our practice, ensuring that every student's needs are met with the utmost care and precision. We implement work sample Wednesdays. So that means that every student has their work samples provided so that Ms. Dukes and the team can review them to ensure that we are meeting IEP goals. Moreover, Ms. Dukes' impact extends beyond her professional skills. She has cultivated a nurturing atmosphere for her students to thrive. As expressed by one of her 7th grade special ed students, Stacy, Ms. Dukes is a Disney princess. This heartfelt sentiment reflects the joy and motivation Ms. Dukes brings to her classroom, showing that she is not just an educator, but also a mentor and role model. In conclusion, Ms. Dukes is a remarkable asset to General Smallwood Middle School and to Charles County Public Schools. Her exemplary contributions to organizational growth, her unwavering support for her colleagues, and her profound impact on her students make her an invaluable member of our school community. It is with bulldog pride we present Ms. Tiana Dukes as our General Smallwood exemplary employee.
All right, good evening again. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize an exceptional individual who's made a significant impact on our school and the professional CCPS community. It's my honor to acknowledge Ms. Sandra Hoover as our exemplary employee for William A. Diggs Elementary. Ms. Hoover served as a secretary to the principal for me at 2 different schools, demonstrating unwavering dedication and motivation to ensure our teachers have the resources they need to be successful. She is the go-to person for staff needs, supplies, payroll, and just knowing where everything is. Her efficiency and commitment to completing tasks is unparalleled, and she works tirelessly to keep William A. Diggs running smoothly, covering many behind-the-scenes areas that often go unnoticed, and keeping track of the principal. Ms. Hoover's ability to support in any situation and her unwavering focus of putting others first make her very valuable to our school, and it extends beyond her administrative duties. She's a pillar of support for principals and financial secretaries across the county, often taking time to problem solve and troubleshoot issues others are having. Having worked with her for over 4 years across 2 different schools, I witnessed firsthand her remarkable ability to quickly learn and master the complex role of secretary to the principal. She has adeptly navigated the old system and has become a resource for other secretaries with the new system called Oracle that we all love so much. Her unofficial mentorship of others is a testament to her generosity and willingness to help, never seeking credit for any of her efforts. Ms. Hoover is a very special person. When I was selected to move to Diggs and there was a secretary to the principal position opening, she embraced the opportunity for some reason to come with me. She is someone that has provided me with guidance and support over the years, and someone who many of the staff lean on for help and support for various ways. Thank you, Ms. Hoover, for spending the time with me, completing payroll, and all the reminders to hit approve in Oracle. Congratulations.
You say she's popular?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon again. I would like to recognize on behalf of the Jenifer staff and students, Siobhan Butler. Ms. Butler is a SOAR teacher at Jenifer, and I would call her the kid whisperer. I would call her everything that you can think of in terms of advocating for children. That is who Ms. Butler is. And if anyone knows her or has worked with her, that is her very nature. Ms. Butler has been nominated at Jenifer as a Starshine employee, which is a recognition that the staff does by just watching how each staff member does their job. And so with the collection of different staff members, she actually received this nomination, and today we culminate that by recognizing her here today. Ms. Butler works tirelessly with her students to get the best out of them. She works with staff to ensure that her students are placed in the best case scenario to succeed. Ms. Butler arrives early, so early, and will be there very late, and she goes above and beyond in working well into the night for many students and staff at Jenifer. She has 20+ years in education, serving in different capacities, which include supporting adults, also, of course, in general education, but also just in supporting overall student achievement in other areas as well. Currently, she serves as an anchor teacher at Jenifer, helping staff out as appropriate. She's been a lead teacher at Jenifer in terms of special education for 4 years. She mentors, she tutors, she's a peer mentor for SOAR, she's an advocate for students, and she cultivates an environment of community engagement. Ms. Butler spends a lot of time promoting the idea of inclusion for her SOAR students, and she will spend many days advocating and talking to staff, promoting her students and promoting the idea that they are to be included and that they are to be seen. Ms. Butler is definitely embraces the idea of interventions and supports as it relates to the training of students, whether it's a SOAR population, whether it's special education population, embracing the idea of improving students' well-being as it relates to fostering empathy and creating educational resources that will support students along the way. Ms. Butler, every single day, is at work. If she's not at work, we will feel it, we will know it, because she is so significant in what she does. She has been recognized several times throughout her time at Jenifer, but I also know in other places as well. She is a consistent worker. I mean, in my 34+ years, I've met few people like Ms. Butler that you don't have to motivate her. She's going to motivate you. Just being in her presence is going to allow you to be much better. So on behalf of the Jenifer staff and students, we recognize Ms. Butler as an outstanding employee, advocating for children, advocating for our special needs population, teaching all of us adults exactly how we need to be inclusive in terms of seeing every person, every student in the manner that they need to. So we recognize Ms. Butler. Thank you.
Nearly 2 years ago, when I was appointed principal of J.P. Ryan Elementary School, one of my very first and most impactful decisions was hiring Dana Clausen as our front office secretary. From the moment she stepped into this role, Dana has demonstrated exceptional dedication, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to our school community. Dana brings with her a deep and unique connection to JP Ryan, having previously served as the admin IA for several years, being a proud parent of 3 JP Ryan Cardinals, and even attending this school herself as a student. Her wealth of knowledge and genuine love for this community made her an invaluable resource as I familiarized myself with the culture, staff, students, and the daily operations of the school. Dana quickly became a cornerstone of support, easing my transition and offering insights that only someone with such deeply rooted history in our school could provide. In her official capacity, Dana expertly manages attendance, registration, and countless administrative tasks with efficiency and attention to detail. Yet, it is her unofficial contributions that truly set her apart. Whether she's comforting a student, building a positive relationship with a new family, or boosting staff morale with their famously delicious holiday-themed cookies. Shout out to the oatmeal raisin. Dana's presence enriches every aspect of our school environment. Dana's commitment to going above and beyond is unwavering and consistent. She arrives early each day to ensure their office is welcoming and organized, and frequently stays late to support students whose parents are delayed. Her ability to recognize and respond to the needs of our students and staff demonstrates her selflessness and dedication to fostering a positive school climate. Her role in student arrival and dismissal, as well as everything in between, is essential. Dana is often the first voice visitors hear and the first face they see, always offering a warm, professional, and solution-oriented approach. She juggles the constant flow of daily demands with grace and somehow manages to prioritize the additional tasks I often ask of her, something I deeply appreciate. A perfect example of Dana's extraordinary dedication took place on the first day of Summer Boost last year. Although Dana was off for the summer and simply just trying to drop off her own child, she saw a need and immediately stepped in without hesitation. Faced with multiple logistical challenges, Dana calmly and efficiently resolved issues related to registration, transportation, and technology. 4 hours later, when every student went home safely, Dana finally ended her impromptu day, once again proving her dependability and commitment. Dana Clausen is a trusted, hardworking, compassionate member of our staff. Dana's work ethic, kindness, it's contagious. And when you're around Dana, all of us become better. I'm proud to introduce Dana Clausen to all of you.
I don't know who the loud guy is in the back. I just want to. Miss Adams, aka Miss Amy, has been in education for 13 years. 12 of those years has been spent at the Gwynn Center. She began her career with CCPS as a special education teacher at J.C. Parks Elementary School. The following year, she moved to the Gwynn Center as a SOAR teacher, where she was able to hone her skills working with students on the spectrum with behavioral needs. This is where she found her calling. She served as a SOAR teacher for 9 years at the Gwynn Center. After serving in that role, Miss Amy took a position as a behavior specialist with the Gwynn Center. She has served in this role for the past 3 years. Miss Amy not only supports the Gwynn Center, but also has supported the Early Learning Center in Pasoda. Within her job duties, Miss Amy collects and analyzes data for related service providers, instructional assistants, and teachers. She utilizes the data to create effective behavior plans and recommendations to improve behavior for students. She works with other school personnel to provide support for teachers and students in teaching and learning. Also, Miss Amy attends IEP, SST, and ICIEP meetings as a valuable team member and an advocate for students. After creating behavior plans, Miss Amy monitors the behavior intervention plans for many students in different schools. She then conducts follow-up visits to conduct fidelity checks and further recommendations and modeling as appropriate. Miss Amy not only positively impacts the Gwynn Center and other buildings, she has an impact on the county as a whole. Miss Amy is a county trainer in crisis prevention intervention, UCARO, and ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. This assists staff members across the county with managing difficult student behaviors while learning de-escalation techniques to keep everyone safe. Miss Amy also has an impact on new staff members to CCPS. She presents information on avoiding power struggles to all new substitute teachers. She teaches behavioral basics at the instructional assistant and BEST academies for new teachers and assistants. With her wide range of experiences in teaching and behavior management, Ms. Amy is able to provide both academic and behavioral support to new and veteran teachers and staff members. Ms. Amy serves as an exceptional employee for the Gwynn Center. She is a team player who can communicate effectively and receive feedback from others. Her attendance is outstanding, and Ms. Amy is very reliable and dependable. Ms. Amy is able to build meaningful relationships with students, staff, and families while building trust. She provides meaningful feedback to others and serves as an advocate for students and staffs. Ms. Amy is constantly seeking out learning opportunities to improve her practice and make herself even more effective as a behavior specialist and classroom support. Ms. Amy is well respected by others at the Gwynn Center. She is always willing to assist and would never ask you to do anything that she would not do herself. Staff lean on Ms. Amy for advice, a listening ear, or just as someone to get something off your chest. Students seek out Ms. Amy for her support and honesty. They feel so safe with her, especially when they are experiencing a crisis situation or just need to talk. Ms. Amy has made a career out of helping others. She has had long-term success in the positions that she has held, especially at the Gwynn Center. For all these reasons and more, I'd like to recognize Amy Adams as exemplary employee for the FB Gwynn Educational Center.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is with great pride and gratitude that I stand before you today to recognize an exceptional member of the Early Learning Center Waldorf's team, Miss Leto. She is our building service manager. Mrs. Leto exemplifies the true meaning of dedication, leadership, and teamwork. She has played a crucial role in the opening of our school this year. Miss Leto trained our building service team, always ensuring that they are equipped with the knowledge and tools to be successful. From creating visuals and checklists to developing other helpful resources, Mrs. Leto's commitment to making sure her team thrives is to be commended. Ms. Leto is a true leader. As she doesn't delegate any tasks, she works alongside her team. There's nothing she asks of her team that she wouldn't do herself. Her dedication doesn't stop at just training and supporting her team. Ms. Leto stays ahead of her responsibilities, consistently going the extra mile to make sure everything is taken care of in a timely and efficient manner. If she encounters a challenge that she can't resolve on her own, you better believe she's not going to hesitate to seek out additional help. But even then, she doesn't just leave it at that. She follows up until she's certain the issue has been resolved and resolved correctly. Ms. Leto's contributions extend far beyond her role as our building service manager, however. We need to talk about her willingness to go above and beyond in other aspects of supporting our school. She consistently helps with our car rider duty, making sure our students are safely dropped off and picked up each afternoon and morning. Remember, they're 3 and 4. This is a very big task. Through this seemingly simple act, she has formed meaningful relationships with our families, showing them her kindness and dedication to their children. They often check on her. Does she need an umbrella? Is she cold? Does she want to sit in the car until they get to pull up? But it doesn't stop there. Miss Leto knows the names of most of our students, and it's not uncommon to see her walking a student to class, encouraging them to follow our school-wide expectations, and always being a positive and guiding presence in their day. Miss Leto, you are the epitome of what it means to be a servant leader. Your tireless work ethic, your heart for others, and your unshakable dedication to our school and community do not go unnoticed. Today, we celebrate you for the countless ways you make our school a better place for both students and staff alike. Thank you for all that you do. We are truly lucky to have you at the ELC, where we hope she stays for a very long time.
I know. Subtle hint, subtle hint. Well, good afternoon again and welcome. Let me just start by thanking you all so much for your dedication to CCPS and to our scholars. None of what happens without people like you that take this work seriously, that believe in the people that you support. And I heard so many times meaningful relationships. And if I had to kind of summarize it, that's exactly why we're here. And it brings us as much joy to honor you as, you know, it does for you to receive it. Because I'm sure it feels great to feel recognized for the things that candidly you would do anyway. But it's the least we could do just to say thank you. But let me start with Ms. Claggett. Hello. I love that you are patient and adaptable. That you know, I can imagine you have to pivot a lot in the course of a day. You also inspire your colleagues, and I really appreciate the mention about the social emotional growth. I think we're realizing more and more that's just as important as academic achievement, is that they're growing as people, and that you allow them to have a safe space to thrive. That was beautiful. So tell us a little bit, what do you do when you're not, you know, at Stone and giving your all? What does your downtime look like, and do you have any?
You mean what I do when I'm at home? Or?
Yes. Or
okay.
Just, yeah,
I like looking at movies.
Okay.
And you know, listen to music, and you know, just chilling.
I know.
You know, just chilling.
Chill. Just having some downtime.
Yeah, having some downtime to myself. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And that I really hope you know that they mentioned the lasting impact. Don't ever take that for granted. Students years from now, they're going to always remember Ms. Claggett. It means a lot to them. Well, this is your time, ma'am. Would you like to thank anyone or anything you'd like to say?
No, not this time.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Ms. Yake, hello.
Hi.
Hi. 20-year career. Wow. Oh, that's awesome. And DI coach. Oh, listen, my daughter did DI. I know what that takes. So thank you for that. That is not easy. In middle school, look, we talked about middle schoolers like a dog earlier. It's all in love. But I love that you do so many cool and different things. You volunteer in so many different capacities. You have a newsletter, a podcast. You work on the yearbook. You mentor. You do advising. I was like, my goodness. But, you know, above all else, you're obviously committed to student success. So what is something that your students have taught you?
To be creative, to think outside of the box. It's something that we say a lot, that sometimes the hardest question has the most creative solution.
I love that.
And so with middle school, you have to be able to think on your feet and be creative and keep them engaged. And we laugh a lot.
Oh,
we laugh a lot.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying, right? And yeah, I've had one that's, you know, already in college, and then one that's going to be in middle school. Thank you. All right. So, what would you like to share, ma'am? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd really like to thank Ms. Caballero, the staff at Henson, my family. I have 3 children all that went through Charles County Public Schools, one that's still in Charles County Public Schools, just for their support and just listening to me and helping me think through things and finding those creative solutions, but mostly my students. I absolutely have a passion for what I do, and it's because of them, just their ideas and their creativity. So I just wanted to thank all of them.
Oh, thank you. That's fantastic.
Hello.
Oh, lovely smile. Thank you, especially for being a special education teacher. We always need you. It's not easy. And, you know, just that extra commitment that you have to work with our students that are most vulnerable is so sincerely appreciated. And I love that you have compassion for your students, and you are described as a miracle worker. But my favorite, I think, is a Disney princess. I was like, yes! All right, Disney princess. Which one would you be? Just curious. You have a favorite?
Tiana.
Oh, of course. I love Tiana. She's my favorite, too. Yeah, I love that you just don't give up. That is fantastic. Why special education? Like, what drew you into this, and what keeps you there?
My goal was always to be a voice for kids who doesn't have a voice, and that is the population I tend to work with right now, and just being able to speak for them when they can't and advocate for them is my biggest goal.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, what would you like to share, ma'am? Anybody you want to thank?
I would like to first thank my instructional assistants, Ms. Watson and Ms. Wilson, because in Achieve, we are the dream team. Our
love
classroom
it.
would not work without them as my backbone. I'd also like to thank my admin team. They've been a hands-on support this year, and they've helped me grow personally and professionally. I've had a great special ed team this year. I put high expectations on them. We completely changed our department, and they've exceeded them over and over again. So I truly appreciate them. I also can't help but thank my favorite teacher. She's right here behind us. She was our Smallwood Teacher of the Year nominee, Ms. Beaton.
Oh, Ms. Beaton.
She was my teacher in McDonough. And I was her teacher's aide. She has been one of my biggest cheerleaders. She's always very vocal of how proud of me she is, and she always wants to share with people, so I truly appreciate her support. But most importantly, I want to thank my family, because with their love and their support, they are the foundation of my success. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do it, because this year I took on a lot as department chair, Achieve teacher. I was an anchor teacher for 6 teachers outside of my school.
Wow.
I also finished my master's. I graduated in May.
Yes. All right. Wow.
I wanted to give up quite a bit, but they helped me keep going. So I appreciate them, and I just thank for all the support I have.
Oh, wow, what a year you've had. Good for you. Well, I love that. You not only challenge your students, but you challenge yourself. That's fantastic. Well, congratulations, bro. Ms. Hoover, hello.
Hello.
Hi. I love that your job is to keep track of the principal. Right? It's probably the hardest part of your job, right? I know firsthand. That is a non-stop position. People come to you for everything. It reminds me of the kids that are walking right past dad. Hey, Mom, do you know? Yeah. I can imagine. And you're just the one-stop shop for all the staff needs, everything from payroll on down. And you always put others first. And you find that recurring theme in anyone in education. You have to have a heart for this work. You troubleshoot, you problem solve, and you don't seek credit. I said, wow, so you're humble too. That's remarkable. I love that. So how do you handle difficult situations? Because I know you probably encounter them from time to time.
I encounter them a lot. I just listen to the other person and just try to work out what would be best for everyone and make everyone happy.
Oh, I love that. Truly a humble experience. Well, response, I should say. Well, what would you like to share? Anything?
I want to say it is an honor to express my gratitude to Mr. Harrington and my Hawks family for this recognition. Their leadership and guidance help me succeed daily as a secretary to the principal at William Diggs. We firmly believe in building relationship to foster a positive environment that helps each of us succeed, staff and students. We are united as one collective unit known as the Diggs Hawks, and we recognize in reflection of their success, because they are successful, I am successful.
Oh, that's
And
wonderful.
I have a wonderful admin team and staff.
I love to hear that. Thank you so much. Hi, Ms. Butler. Hi. To shout out that beautiful skirt. I couldn't help but notice. And before go ahead, Ms. Butler Washington. I know you got to say it. I knew as soon as I said, she's like, you know why you like it. The kid whisperer. I was too tickled. I love that. You are a Starshine employee. I was curious, what does that mean? They mentioned that you were a Starshine employee. You were recognized, for doing something there, or what? How did you get that? Do you know?
I didn't even know I had it.
Oh, I love it.
I'm real humble.
Okay.
I'm not.
You say I just do the work, right? I appreciate that. I
just
was like,
show up.
oh, I like it. Well, I mean, it makes sense. You get the best out of your student. You mentor, you promote inclusion, and you also improve their well-being. I was like, wow, how do they run the place without you? You don't know. Of all the things that you've done, what would you say you're most proud of? Is there one thing that really stands out to you?
Seeing that my students, no matter how small it is, how they achieve, and people just think that they're not capable of learning, it's just at their own time and at their own pace, and you just have to be patient.
Yes, I love that. Well, who would you like to thank? Anything else you want to share?
I would like to thank my principal because the opportunity for this. I only been with Jenifer for 2 years. I was a Gwynn staff. For over 5 years. So coming out into a comprehensive school was gave me an opportunity to see how things was ran. And I enjoy it. I got out of SOAR and I was pulled back into SOAR from my principal at Jenifer, but I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. Because like you said, I advocate, and I advocate hard for my students.
Oh, yes, and I love to hear that. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Butler. Appreciate you. Hi, Miss, is it Clausen? Clausen, hello, how are you? I was so intrigued. So if I understand correctly, you've had 3 children have all come through Ryon. You yourself attended Ryon, and now you teach there. I said, wow, now that's commitment. That's commitment. What is it about just Ryon? You know what I mean? The community, what is it that keeps you there?
I enjoy it. It's busy. It's something, being in the office, it's something new every day. Yes, yeah. It's always, different challenges every day, so it's not the same old. So,
I can appreciate
it's just different. I like it.
Yeah, I like that too. I like being challenged, having a different environment. Mm-hmm. You arrive early, stay late, and very selfless. That is obvious. And it's very true. You're the first voice and face that visitors see and hear. And that leaves a lasting impression. I've been to Ryon several times. I say I always feel welcome. It's a great environment to be in. I love that you have attention to detail and that you boost morale. That is fantastic. Yeah. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Mr. Adam for his amazing words. And the rest of my admin team and my staff, my Ryon family, everybody's really great there. I love the staff, the students, and also my family, my husband and my kids for all their love and support as well.
Oh, thank you. I know, as soon as I say this name, here we go. Hi, Ms. Adams. So you brought your fan club with you. I love it.
When is that?
Yeah, it's a family. It's a very close-knit family, and you've been there for 12 years. Wow, that is remarkable. I love that you have a real impact on the students and on the staff. I ran out of things to write down. You're a team player, you communicate effectively, meaningful relationships with the students and staff, you're supportive, you're an advocate, like all the things. How do you manage all of that, being all those things to all those people?
Passion.
Amen.
I am fortunate to have fallen into it.
Yes.
It's that cliche about what is it?
If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Yes.
I'm fortunate enough to have fallen into that in life.
Oh, that is a beautiful thing to see, and especially when the students can get the benefit from it. But thank you. What would you like to share, ma'am? Anyone you want to thank?
I want to thank the Gwynn admin and staff for letting me continue to have space in the building when we're very tight on space. They do have to share me with county responsibilities in other buildings. But at the end of the day, my heart and soul is always at Gwynn. I will always have one foot in the door if they'll have me. And I love them all, and I'm thankful.
They love you too. Thank you. There it is. I just want him to go around places with me and just. Oh, all right, Miss Leto, hello. Wow, welcome. So we always are very, very appreciative of our building service managers. As literally we always say, nothing runs without you. Can't even start the schools, can't open, nothing. And I always, my heart goes out to you when I'm warm and cozy in my bed. I'm like, ooh, somebody's got to go out there and deal with that. Somebody's got to get up early and stay late. But thank you. All jokes aside, it really, really means a lot to us. And I know that you all take student safety so seriously, and especially for the littles. they're my favorite. I mean, it is what it is. You saw the deliciousness earlier.
yeah.
Oh my God. But I love your dedication, your leadership, your tireless work, and you're professional. I mean, you're someone that takes this very, very seriously, and it means a lot to you. What advice would you give to someone who wanted to do what you do?
You have to take and make sure, and to me, it's, not everybody looks at building service the way that I do. I want to make sure that my building is 100% safe and clean for my littles.
Right.
Even if I was in an elementary school, middle school, or high school, I take pride in that.
Absolutely.
Building service means a lot to me. And to be in the school that I am in, I absolutely love it. I've had 19 years experience of daycare with this age group.
Wow.
So I absolutely love where I am, and this job is very fulfilling. You know, you have to love it.
Absolutely.
It's not for everybody.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure Dr. Smalls can relate, because you have to have a passion for what you do.
Yes.
And she's up every morning at 4. I'm sure you're probably somewhere along those lines, right?
Yeah.
And going nonstop all day.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Well, what would you like to share? Anyone you want to thank?
I absolutely would like to thank Miss Carrington. From day one, the interview, her and I hit it off. I absolutely love her. I love all the staff. I'm not singled out as I'm building service. I'm treated as part of them. And I just want to thank everybody in the building, especially Miss Carrington. And I would also like to thank Miss April Murphy. She also interviewed me for that school. And I appreciate her. I appreciate everybody. Appreciate my staff, because our building wouldn't be if I hadn't trained them. And they do a great job. I'm proud of them.
Yes, they do. Well, thank you. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. If you all can stay there, we'll come and shake hands, and we have some things for you. All right. yeah. Okay, everyone. Sorry, can I ask you all to quietly file out, please? We have to continue a public forum. Yes. Okay, all right. Everybody, can we quiet down a little bit, please? We're still recording. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We have to continue with the meeting. Oh, someone left their purse? Oh, yes, hanging on the chair. I think that was Miss Claggett. Yes. Right. Okay, all right, everybody. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Schwartz. We're recording. Thank you.
Identify themselves. Statements should be brief to the point and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. This evening we have 2 speakers, one in person, one online. In person we have Andy Prabhakar, who is not here in the room. I think she may have stepped out just for a moment.
Okay. Give her a minute. Do you see the speaker, Dr. Jones?
Mr. Schwartz, do you want to switch to our virtual speaker?
While we wait?
We'll have the one.
Yes, let's switch to virtual. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have a Detrice Livingston. Miss Livingston, if you could unmute yourself and provide your comments to the board, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ma'am.
Okay. Yes, I'm joining the meeting today to express the concerns with the information that went out for summer school. I see that there's 2 different programs going for summer school. One is for makeup classes, and the other one is for I have the paperwork in front of me, but it allows the students to take an additional course to meet the requirements for graduation. But then I also see that there is a fee of $300 for those students. But the students that are making up classes, they get to take the same courses for free, and they're in person, versus the students that are trying to get an extra credit class, it's virtual. So I just wanted to get a clearer understanding of that. And also, I understand that most of funds came from debt for programs to offset the cost in the past, but now there are no more funds, so we're now the parents liable for paying for these courses. And I just wanted to see if there can be a little bit more clarity with why it's this why we have to pay for our children to keep excelling, while the other students that pretty much don't do anything during the school year. And I'm not speaking in general, I'm speaking in general, because there are some kids that do struggle, but why it's not offered the same way for both sides?
Are you still there, Ms. Livingston?
I see that you're muted. Are you still there and able to unmute?
Yes, I'm here. Okay. I was finished talking, so that's why I muted, so it wouldn't be the noise distraction. I do apologize.
Okay, no worries.
problem.
We just wanted to check.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston.
And we do have our in-person speaker, Andy Prabhakara.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening.
Good.
I'm a Spanish teacher. I teach at Pasoda, and I just wanted to share some experiences I have to sort of help get some extra funding for our school, because there's so much good going on at our school with what we've got. First of all, I have a lot of years of experience, and of all the schools I've been at, public, private, and charter, I have to say Pasoda is the best place that I've been at. The talent that the kids have is so amazing, and the fact that it's an arts and music-based public school, that was right up. When they told me about it and they told me that they were looking for a Spanish teacher, I was like, oh my gosh, this is my jam right here. And I think and I've taught in Calvert County. I know a lot of people in St. Mary's County. I know a lot of people in Charles County. This is the only arts-based school that we have in Southern Maryland, and I feel like everybody should be knowing about Pasoda. We have so many talented kids. They do so much stuff with music and arts. There was an art showcase that we had back in February, and 300 people showed up. We're actually going to be doing a talent show at our school this month. And all of the these are all student acts that they came up with. So you can see a lot of talent at our school. And I feel that, these parents are sending us their artistically and musically talented students, and we should really be promoting the school. We should really be pushing the school and really saying, hey, we've got something here that no other county, and I'm telling you, no other county has. I live in PG. We don't have anything like this, the way that I see Pasoda. I worked in Calvert in private and public. There's nothing like this. So I feel that, having some of the things like the $1,000 transportation is unfair. There should be an equalizing experience for the students. We shouldn't be making it so that parents are like, oh, I would love to send my kid to Pasoda, but, that $1,000 transportation fee is just going to be too much. For the kids, this is their arena to shine. We should be promoting the school to kids. And to parents, like every place that we possibly can. I'm just noticing a couple of things that we have at our school that some schools have, a little bit more of. Like full-size laminating machines would be something nice to have, because we do make so many posters and we have so many of the kids' visual arts that they do. Getting some copying machines, like sometimes there's only the 2 copiers, and if there's a lot of people in line, or one of the copiers breaks down, it's really hard for us to, function for the day. Another thing that I've seen with a lot of other counties is there's always a promotion of STEM schools and sports schools, and I think music and arts are equally important, and Pasoda is really a wonderful place if you were to send a student there for the arts and the music. The teachers are amazing. The music program, the talent of the kids is amazing.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, can you finish your sentence, please? Your time is up.
Oh, okay. And I just want to say that Pasoda really should be being promoted in the county and being given all the full funding that it needs.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. And can we please ensure someone provides information to our virtual speaker about summer school? Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I believe that's it. All right. Okay, colleagues, is there any unfinished business? Okay. Any new business? Is this something to be voted on tonight? No. Okay. Yeah, that's the yeah. Okay. Future agenda items. You have something, Ms. Thomas, and then Ms. Warren. Go ahead, please.
So I've talked to a couple of my colleagues and have some support, but one of the things that I know that we've been working on, and Dr. Navarro has been talking about, is the fact that we're doing some evaluation of AI and how it can be utilized within our school system. And I know that we have a couple of subcommittees that are working on things like policy, but then there's also just AI in general for curriculum instruction. And so I'd like to introduce that we are comprehensively looking at AI in preparation for next school year, because there's a couple components. One is, the tools and technology. What does the technology footprint look like for AI? And then the other part is, what does it look like for our students being prepared to leverage or utilize AI as they go into college? Mm-hmm. And then the other part is, how are we going to put some, for lack of a better term, I'm going to say guardrails around the use of AI for curriculum instruction. We have the component of how teachers are using it, but we also have how students are allowed to use it, and then how they're being evaluated against that. And just as an example would be, if a student submits some work and that work has 30% AI, and they use that as research, is that okay? Versus 60% AI, that means you committed plagiarism and now it's a failure. But we just need to examine that for curriculum and instruction, as well as for policy, in a proactive posture instead of kind of reactive to, we have students that are complaining, you know, can I use AI, can I not? And really it's because as our students exit Charles County Public Schools, I want to make sure they're prepared to leverage AI in their academic journey.
Thank you. I know, didn't Ms. Thompson already have something planned? Is this in addition to, okay, if you could explain.
Yeah,
it,
so
please.
in June, I think what Ms. Thomas is bringing up is probably adding to the presentation that
Okay.
Ms.
Ms.
Thompson is bringing
Okay.
in June. And I think we're trying to do kind of like a comprehensive overview. So I do see both Kevin and Charmaine probably working together because they go hand in hand. There's the policies, the board policy implications, but there's also implementation in the classroom, which I'm very interested in. I know you are as well, Ms. Thomas. So I think we're going to do kind of a comprehensive view. I have said to my staff that I want to be able to see spots where we can highlight the innovative uses of AI as a teaching tool for both adults and students, and implications for all kinds of pieces. So we'll bring that. I think it'll be a very interesting conversation and update to the board about where we are, what we want to do, and then there is some work within the system, likely policy. The subcommittee of the board around policy will have to entertain that as well. Yes, so we will add it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Warren, you had something?
Yeah, it was just more of a question. I wanted to check the status of the presentation on community schools, the update. Is that still happening? And I think you said maybe in the summer when we talked.
Yes, it's on the, I got to look to see when it is, but I have it on the agenda towards May or June. It was requested that we bring back together a presentation. So yes, it is on the agenda.
Thank you. Any other future agenda items? Yes, Ms.
So just wanting to inquire, I know we've spoken a few times about the Smallwood, renaming.
Yes.
And wanting to better understand the timing by which we would need to make decisions. I know that there is some implications for next school year in terms of some changes that have to be made. So if someone can just update me quickly on what's the timing, because that may mean we would introduce something tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we definitely have to vote on it by the April work session. That was the deadline we were given from Dr. Navarro and Mr. Heim. Did you want to add something, Dr. Navarro?
No, I think so that we can order properly and have everything ready, and hopefully by the opening of school, everything comes in on time.
Mm-hmm.
We really wanted to have hopefully a decision in April, and so the work session, I think, is.
Yeah. So with that being said, did you all want to maybe introduce something this evening, and then we could have, have it out there for consideration and then vote at the April work session?
I believe so. Yeah, you have the same mic I have. So a few things. So I think watching the process play out for the Smallwood renaming, I think it's the very first time we've done it.
Right.
And I, again, stand with the board in terms of our appreciation for all the work, all the dedication, all the volunteer hours that went into kind of really being thoughtful about what the renaming committee for that school proposed. There were subsequent conversations, in public here on the board in terms of names that we were interested in them sort of exploring a bit further, especially when it gets to like the historical references. I think we definitely heard the student voice in terms of there being concerns that there isn't as many opportunities on the west side of the county as there are in other parts of the county, and wanting to find ways of being able to dig more deeply into that west side pride. And so one of the things that we were exploring, we being sort of Miss Brenda Thomas and I, since she is a long-standing, lifelong resident of D2, was wanting to explore more of the historical side and better understanding what the history and pride was on the D2 side. And the name Glamount came up. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
There we go. Confirmation. The name Glamount came up in terms of the street is named Glamount, sort of right near the Smallwood School. There's deep historical ties in terms of the draw and allure that was on that side of the county from not just within Charles County and not just even within Southern Maryland, but people traveling from the DC area, from Virginia, specifically to that area for trades, for goods. So when the West Side was, as the young folks say, popping, when it was popping. And we are getting back to those days with all the development that is happening kind of on that side of the county. So wanting to be in line with, again, the historical time for when the West Side was strong as we begin to kind of make our rise again. So wanting to propose to my colleagues for consideration the name Glenmount for the General Smallwood Middle School. This is something I understand that we'll vote on during the work session, but at least want folks to kind of sit with it, think it through, kind of play with it on your palette and see if this is something you all can support in the work session.
And I have to say thank you very much to both Ms. Brenda Thomas and Ms. Jamila Smith, our District 2 representatives. I know you all have spoken to many people in the community. You've done your research, you know what I mean? You've, in your own minds, kind of processed what this would mean and the significance. And I appreciate that this is something that you have not taken lightly. And you all being the representatives that live in District 2, although obviously we represent all students, but you're the closest to the community. So that means a lot to me, and I'm sure to other board members. So did you want to add anything, Ms. Thomas?
I just want to say that because we're taking away a historical name, that's why I felt it should have another historical name, just for respect of the District 2 and the name that we're taking away.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And we, as Ms. Smith mentioned, we'll be voting at the April work session. So this is something that the District 2 representatives, as the leaders of this effort, are proposing. So this is an opportunity for the public, rather, to give us any feedback, and we will be prepared to vote at the April work session. So thank you both very much. Thank you. Yes. Any other future agenda items? All right, well done. Okay, we will next go to the reports. Yes, our updates. And if you all want colleagues, I mean, we're doing great on time, but if you want to do the NSBA updates, because I know most of us attended, maybe at the April work session, and if you have any other updates, does that sound good? Sure. In the interest of time? Okay. Would you like to start, Ms. Warren, and we can make our way down, or we can start with Mr. Verk, either way?
Yeah, I don't have much to share this time around. I'll wait till the work session, but thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. So 2 things I wanted to update is one, I am the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, and I'd like to thank publicly all of the parents and the students and the teachers that gave lots of feedback, came to virtual sessions or in-person sessions. They gave us a lot of information that we're going to use in order to put together the new strategic plan for Charles County Public Schools. So we've gotten a lot of feedback, and this Wednesday and Thursday, staff and administration will be taking that feedback and taking a hard look at it so that we can use that to inform what's best that the public has given us for our strategic plan. So thank you so much for all of those that attended and gave up their evenings to participate in the students. The other thing is I serve on the May board for Policy and Procedures Committee, and that committee is doing a hard look at the policy and procedures at the Maryland Board of Education, and I think that's going to be something that's going to help us. One thing that we are trying to do as a board is to actually be recognized throughout Maryland, but also be nationally recognized. I think it's very important for us to continue collecting information, benchmarking best practices, but also then bringing back very good nuggets of information we find to inform our board, and also to affect and influence policy. So I'll be working hard on that board as well to make sure that we are setting a standard for all of Maryland, but then bringing back those good pieces. So those are 2 updates that I will put out now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brenda Thomas? Okay, thank you. Ms. Jamila Smith.
Certainly. So I know we're talking about NSBA during the work session, but definitely enjoyed the opportunity to be able to benchmark some really strong practices that are happening nationally and to be a part of that conversation in terms of what benchmarking looks like for the award that we won. But wanted to speak more specifically about MABE, or the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. As we've shared with the public, a number of us, actually all of us, serve in a variety of different capacities, not only on this board where you see us, twice a month, but we serve on, ad hoc committees specific to the board, but we also serve at the state level on the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I currently serve as the federal liaison, or the Federal Advocacy Committee chair. And we are working currently with a variety of our sister counties to think through a letter that we can send to our legislatures, specifically around the $400 million that Maryland lost in ESSER funds due to the denial of the late liquidation request at the U.S. Department of Education. So what that means essentially is, while the state of Maryland had, a number of years to spend down the funding, we all know that essentially the market was flooded when all states received their ESSER funds and were looking for service providers and contractors and vendors. And so with that, it took a while to kind of get things operationalized and get the money sort of flowing, from the state to the local level and from the local level out to vendors. And so there was a late liquidation request that extended the expenditure of those funds to September 30th for all locales. That was since denied. And in that denial, that means that specifically Charles County lost out on the reimbursement of millions of dollars that we would have been able to spend on a variety of efforts for not only our educators in terms of professional development, but perhaps also our students as well. We are seeing the same thing happen across our sister counties. Since again, it was statewide, it was $400 million. Specific to Charles County, slightly less, but our sister counties are also impacted as well. So as the federal advocacy chair, I am kind of calling all together everyone from that committee to think through what would our letter be from MABE to our legislatures on the state level as well as the local level to make them aware of the hardship that we are currently experiencing. Thank you.
Oh, my colleague and I, Ms. Morley, had the opportunity to visit Smallwood, and so that was my first school visit. That was amazing. Just hearing the needs of the school and the children and the parents, but they're doing such an amazing job. So I just want to say thank you for allowing me to visit your home, and even with the name change and all that wonderful stuff. It was an awesome opportunity. I look forward to visiting other schools.
Thank you. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Back in late February, during our work session, I talked about the upcoming Ag Literacy Week, where I had the pleasure of reading books at two schools, at Dr. Higdon and Barnhart Elementary School. That was a lot of fun reading books about agriculture, and I want to thank the Charles County Department of Economic Development and Sydney Gardner for helping promote that. Did a great job. Also attended Career Day at Higdon and Smallwood. And then it's kind of become a tradition. My wife and I every year donate hot dogs and hamburgers to the La Plata High School mulch sale. And I cook them on the grill for all the volunteers. So we had that 2 weekends ago, and I look forward to that. And when I'm on the grill, it's kind of my excuse to get me out of actually having to deliver the mulch. So, I enjoy cooking better than that. So, and that's about it. Thank you.
Let me just say for the record, we also eat hamburgers and hot dogs. Yes. Right? Wonderful. Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Quite a few things. Of course, I know we're going to talk about NSBA at the work session, but we all are just coming back from that and are just reeling, I think, with all of the things that we learned. So I'm excited to talk to you all about that at the work session. So I will stay tuned for that. I did a second round of senior interviews at McDonough and St. Charles. Ran into Madam Chair at St. Charles as well. Definitely, as you know, if you've watched our board meetings before, it's definitely one of my favorite things, and I think several of my colleagues' favorite things to do. I appreciate the schools that kind of scatter them about a little bit, because some of them do them during the same week, and it's really hard to get to multiple schools, but I was able to do a couple in the fall. And so, this winter I was able to do 2 more schools. So really enjoy that. Always love hearing about what the students' plans are for after graduation. And we have everything from aspiring scientists, fashion designers, folks wanting to go on to medical or law school, start their own businesses. Some of them have already started their own businesses, I mean, we just have so much talent here, and you just can't walk away from doing that without like a smile on your face and being inspired. So definitely want to thank Miss Battle Lockhart from St. Charles and Miss Cusick from McDonough for the invitations and for allowing me to be a part of that. Several of us attended the Years of Service ceremony at North Point. This is something else that I really look forward to because I am just always so amazed that we have folks that have been here for 40 and 45 years. It's just truly remarkable, truly a testament to the dedication and commitment of so many people who work for CCPS and continue to come here year after year, decade after decade. So congratulations to everyone, again, that was honored there. Madam Chair and I also got an opportunity to talk to, briefly to the TAM students, the Teacher Academy of Maryland students, that came in for substitute training. And I wasn't, sure how many students it would be, but it was a packed room when we walked in. So that's the future of our staffing, Dr. Navarro.
Yes.
It was amazing, and they all looked so excited and just so ready to be a part of the teaching experience and the learning experience for our students. So that also was very inspiring to get to see all those young folks ready to embark on a career in education. So really enjoyed that. I also got an opportunity to attend a community event by Miss Lisa Ambers, who runs Beyond the Classroom. It's a mentoring group. She has a nonprofit, Beyond the Classroom, and she has a mentoring group for young boys and girls, the butterflies and the dragonflies, that she does at several of our elementary schools. And she had a healthy meals sort of workshop at Selby's, Chef Kendall Selby. I know many of you know him, very active in the community as well. And that was really great because there were so many parents there to learn about ways to, incorporate healthy meals into our busy schedules, because we can all relate to that. All running to sports and this event and that event, bless you. And I thought that was really great that she, spends her time not only after school, pouring into our families and students, but that was a weekend event. It was a Sunday, actually. And so just want to thank her again for doing that, and Chef Kendall and Debbie, his sous chef, really provided some great information and a wonderful lunch to all of the attendees. So that's just some of the things that I've done over the last month.
Can I also just do a shout out to our food and nutrition folks, because they donated very last minute to that event.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so, staff was able to go from Chef's Kitchen to one of our schools, and they had gathered some fruits and vegetables they donated to that event, and I'm so glad it went well.
Oh, it was great, yes. I took away a bag of some fruit myself.
Oh, nice, very nice. Ms. Bell Washington, you want me to come back to you? We were just doing our updates. We said we'll do NSBA at the work session. Okay. I can go to Mr. Verk and then come back. Okay, Mr. Verk.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about MASC convention. See Mr. Winsett there. He and also some people from the Charles County Sheriff's Office and some student leaders. We led the workshop on safe driving, and you might have seen some pictures and videos online. We did a lot about a lot of like cool things with the goggles, and they were pretty much like you'd wear them and they would kind of distort your vision, and they were supposed to like stimulate like drunk driving, right? And it was we made them go through DUI tests and everything. It was really cool to see. It's been going on for a while, and it was really cool to share with people from other counties what Charles County Public Schools does to promote safe driving. I do want to shout out Mr. Winsett for everything he does for that, and it was also a great experience. I got to meet a lot of other student leaders, a lot of whom I already know. Got to take a picture with all the other SMOBs. Ms. Butler Washington and I were talking about that just now earlier. Just it's really great, as a student leader, to have a community across states. It's like a really special group to just have a network that kind of like transcends just space, right? And just closeness and proximity. And it was just really nice to get to see those people, just to get to be away from school for a bit. And I know that the makeup work did suck getting back after, but at the end it was a life experience, and I did miss that board meeting, but I'd say sorry guys, but it was kind of worth it.
Yeah. We understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verk. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Washington? You said we're going to the NSBA. At the work session. You good? Okay. All right, I have a couple of things. Several of us attended the Charles County Chamber of Commerce dinner. Ms. Butler Washington, yeah, Ms. Kramer. Was that just the three of us? Oh, yeah, it was just the three of us. It was very nice. So congratulations to the new and returning officers and the chairperson, Miss Natanya Thomas. Yes. I was confused, Natanya and Latasha. Oh boy, I was about to say Latanya. Well, anyway, it was really, really nice. So we look forward to that event every year. As Madam Vice Chair mentioned, the interviews at St. Charles. I also got to do interviews at Thomas Stone. I wrote down the names of the students because I'm just excited to see them at graduation. Shout out to our own Mr. Verk, who will be graduating. We're going to miss you. It feels like it was so quick. And also our past SMOB, Ms. Treasure Perkins, who will also be graduating. Yes. So while we look forward to that time every year, it's also really bittersweet for many of us. And a subtle reminder that we're aging. Anywho, Dr. Navarro and I, Mr. Lowndes, Dr. Jones, many of the CCPS senior leadership attended the Maryland School Leadership Training Program in Solomon's Island. It was a quick turn and burn because that was the same day I left for NSBA, so I was all cross-eyed. But just in a nutshell, we're doing a deeper dive into the blueprint. It's been fantastic. Although I was voluntold, I am enjoying it. So, and as many of my colleagues have mentioned, very active with MABE. I co-chair the Equity Committee. We'll be meeting next month to just candidly to evaluate and reevaluate, reexamine what equity looks like now. What do we need to be doing? How can we be leading? So we're going to have a retreat. Our vice chair serves on the committee, so I'm looking forward to the input. And thank you to our colleagues that provided feedback, because we had a meeting this morning before this meeting, so everybody's tired. Just to kind of help flesh out some of the feedback we got from the schools on equity, and regardless of what we call it, the work continues. So I'll leave that there. I'm also working on the MABE strategic plan. So more to come on that. And Legal Services Association, Mr. Schwartz and I serve. And I had a couple of updates I thought you all would be rather interested in. The first one is Summers v. Devine. These are some ongoing cases. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this involves an individual who was arrested at a Board of Education meeting in Cecil County for refusing to wear a mask, for refusing to lower their voice, basically refusing to comply with commands, for lack of a better word, from the security officer. The district, and then sued, and they were physically removed. The District Court of Maryland granted the police officer qualified immunity, which means that they were not able to sue them personally. They upheld the court's decision. They affirmed the school board's right to maintain order and to run the meetings, that the school boards are able to set meeting rules on how the public is to behave at these meetings. And they also are providing guidance for staff and security at Board of Education meetings. So as a board member, that made me feel rather good, if I do say so. And then Mahmoud v. Taylor dealt with a religious, whether or not parents can opt students out of curriculum based on their religious convictions. This one is expected to go before the Supreme Court. Oral argument is set for April 22nd. Fourth Circuit and other courts of appeals have said that freedom to practice religion is not impacted by curriculum decisions. So schools can set curriculum, and that does not infringe on someone's freedom of religion. And several circuits have been in agreement so far. So it will be very interesting to see what the Supreme Court does with this. It does seem to be narrowly tailored, and correct me if I'm wrong, although Mr. Schwartz may have emotionally checked out, it does seem to apply uniquely to gender identity issues as it relates to curriculum. So more to come on that. And I believe that is all I have. So we have the two action items. First is minutes. And the chair will entertain a motion to accept the minutes. I know, and hold on, let me see what we accepted. Stand by. I think it should be, give me 1 second. The March, I think it should be March meeting and March work session. Give me 1 second. Okay, the March 11th, oh, that's a good point. We don't have the work session. Okay, motion to entertain the March 11th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Was that you that moved? Okay, moved by Ms. Moore, yes. I'm volunteering you. Seconded by Ms. Thomas. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye, thank you. And to clarify, we're not voting on the work session minutes? Is that, I don't see them uploaded, no? Thanks. Okay, we'll just put a pin in that for the next one. Okay. All right. Moving on to personnel. Motion to entertain action on personnel.
I move.
Ms. Kramer and Ms. Smith. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right. It is passed unanimously. And Ms. Brenda Thomas. And the second? Okay, by everybody. All in favor. All right. We are adjourned. Please take us off the air.